motion, and this is going to again be with us for a few more hours. We're not really going to see much of this tapering off until once we get past about midnight, but in the big picture you can see we're not the only ones picking up some snow across the area. This is extending all the way back to the north and west through the Great Lakes, which means yes, these are lake effect snow showers. Here's what it looks like in downtown Wilkes-Barre. We are picking up a lot of cloud cover. We have seen some snow from time to time, and it was starting to accumulate on those grassy surfaces, on the roads, on the cars. And now temperatures are in the low 30s into Lehighton. We're at 23 Pottsville, 27 Williamsport, 22 in Wilkes-Barre and Scranton, 20 into Montrose, though those winds are gusting up to 25 miles per hour. In fact, we're looking at winds gusting into the 30s into both Bloomsburg and into Hazleton. I am tracking more snow as we head into the weekend. I'll have the latest timing coming up in just a few.
See you then. Thank you. 2822 News found some hazardous road conditions earlier today in Schuylkill County. This is a look at the roads in Blythe and Schuylkill townships. While main roads were cleared, some side roads were untreated and covered in snow, slush, and ice. Slick roads are at least partially to blame for a deadly car crash in Lycoming County. It happened early Wednesday afternoon in Franklin Township. State police say 33-year-old Tawny Ray Shook of Unityville lost control coming down an incline on German Road and slammed into a tree. She was taken to the hospital where she died. Residents of a downtown Scranton apartment building are struggling to come to terms with a horrific machete attack. Tuesday night's assault at German Apartments ended with 2 women and a service dog dead and another woman critically injured. 2822's contact with residents and has the latest details.
We got shock, mainly just shock. We were shocked. We couldn't believe it. And scared.
The shock from German apartment residents was clear 2 days after 38-year-old Michael Marquise Woods stabbed 3 women, killing 2 and leaving 1 in critical condition. 2822 News obtained exclusively this photo moments after the arrest. Susan and Joel Arnold live 1 floor above where the attack took place. They did not know anything was happening until police nearly banged down their door, they say.
Right up until that point, it was as quiet as can be. Okay. You could hear a pin drop. It was quiet and peaceful, and you never saw anything like that, ever.
Michelle Poole also lived on the 7th floor. She was one of the many people, she says, to call 911.
I ran into a bloody scene. There was blood everywhere and a lady laying on the floor, but I stood there until the police came, and after that it went downhill from there. They found somebody else in their apartment, and the lady that they found in her apartment lives right underneath me.
Woods admitted to taking PCP, a hallucinogenic drug, to police Tuesday night. Poole said when she found out it was Woods who had the machete, she couldn't believe it.
I want to get to the 6th floor, or the elevator open on the 6th floor while I'm on it, and I see the scene all over again playing in my mind. I don't know if I can handle that, and the screams were the worst.
All the residents we spoke with also said they did not know the victims well, but did say they were always friendly when they did interact. Woods is still being held behind bars at the Lackawanna County Prison without bail. He will face charges including aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and animal abuse. His preliminary hearing is set for later this month. In Scranton, Connor Core, 2822 News.
More than 24 people are starting over after being chased from a fire at a rooming house. The good news is that there's help now being offered to those who need it. 2822's Heidi Martens has more from Scranton.
Good afternoon. Right now I'm on South Main Avenue in Scranton, where traffic is moving normally again after the Wednesday's overnight fire at the Old West Side Hotel. Several people were injured after flames started just after 2 a.m. at the rear of the building. Firefighters rescued about half a dozen people from inside the building. Scranton Fire Chief John Judge confirmed that 3 residents, a firefighter, and a police officer were injured. The severity of their injuries has not yet been released. Kilcoyne's, the 1st floor bar, also took on smoke and water damage. Neighboring businesses say they also felt an impact as well. A United Neighborhood Center stepped in to help. They are providing the displaced residents with shelter, hygiene products, and food vouchers until they can get back on their feet.
It's a very sad situation. A lot of the families lost everything. They didn't have their phones, they didn't have ID, their wallets, money, anything. They lost everything. They did not have enough time to go back into the home to get their belongings. It's a very sad situation. I'm just very happy that my team and I were able to go out and to help them and to provide them with the basic necessities that they needed.
Investigators are still working to determine what exactly caused the fire, but for now, the building has been deemed unsafe and is shut down until they determine the next course of action. Reporting in Scranton, Heidi Martens, 2822 News.
Police say a man sparked a fire in a home with 3 kids and his girlfriend inside, and now he's facing charges. South Williamsport police say Paul Best III admitted to lighting the fire in the basement on Riverside Drive Monday and then left as smoke alarms sounded. Fire crews found flames still burning, but they could not locate the source. According to the affidavit, Best later told officers he was using a lighter to set fire to a boot, but he panicked when the flames grew out of control. Nobody was hurt. Best is now charged with multiple counts of arson and endangering property. A Scranton man is facing assault charges after police say he sliced someone with a box cutter. 25-year-old Cartier Sherry was taken into custody yesterday after a man showed up at Geisinger Community Medical Center with multiple cuts Sunday. The victim suffered a deep 4-inch cut across his face and a 10-inch cut across his back. Scranton investigators used surveillance and interviews to determine it was Sherry who attacked their friend during an assault. Child pornography has landed a Jim Thorpe man in serious trouble. State police arrested 26-year-old John Kabali IV, who is already a registered sex offender. Troopers launched an investigation this year, and they say they found hundreds of videos and images on electronic devices that he owned. Kabali is jailed on a $250,000 bail, and he faces a hearing next week. Investigators say a 10-year-long search for a suspected burglar in Schuylkill County is over. State police say a 33-year-old Kyle Lombell of Wayne Township faces charges in connection with the theft at Sam's Place Lottery and Tobacco in the Cressona Mall. It happened in January of 2016 during a snowstorm. Troopers say Lombell and 2 others stole cash, cigarettes, and lottery tickets totaling about $24,000. His alleged accomplices were previously arrested and convicted. Yesterday, 2822 News followed the Scranton Chamber of Commerce along with officials from a number of local municipalities to Data Center Alley in Virginia. That visit gave some insight into Loudoun County's experience with data center development over the last 2 decades. The county is home to the highest concentration of data centers in the USA, with roughly 200 currently in operation and an additional 70 to 80 planned for the future. Officials with Loudoun County and data center developers spoke about the challenges they've faced in zoning the massive complexes and the benefits they've seen from that development. They also warned officials in NEPA to keep centers away from residential areas at all costs.
We've made some mistakes, we've made some good decisions, we've cleaned up a lot of the things that we've done more recently, but not everything is perfect, and so when localities can learn from what we've done, that's what we want to see happen.
None of our sites are near a residential area.
Is that a priority to keep these away from residential zones?
It is for me. I don't want to fight a community.
The full story of yesterday's trip will air tonight on 2822 News at 11. Thinking about putting a puppy under the tree? Why giving pets as Christmas gifts may not be the best idea, and what experts say you should consider before purchasing a pet. Still ahead. And the Powerball is back at $1 billion. We'll head to a local convenience store to see how business sales are surging ahead of the next drawing.
holiday season.
A Pennsylvania lawmaker wants to add a new requirement to the state driver's license test. A bill was introduced that would require applicants to pass an English language proficiency exam in order to get their license. The bill's sponsor says a rise in immigrants will lead to more accidents as a result of poor English reading skills. However, the lawmaker did not provide any evidence that there's a link between English proficiency and driver safety. Pennsylvania's unemployment rate is under the national average for the 29th month in a row. The latest numbers are from September, showing a jobless rate of 4.1%. That's an increase from the month before, but Pennsylvania is lower than the national unemployment rate of 4.4%. While those numbers are historically low, both are higher than the jobless rates just a year ago. And Walmart is using Pennsylvania as a test market for a new way to provide eye exams. The retailer is rolling out the new iBot kiosks at 167 Walmart and Sam's Club stores across the state. Users stand in front of the kiosk and get an eye exam in 15 minutes. The exam costs $25 at Walmart and it's free at Sam's Club for members. It's nearly time for the nation to come together to observe National Wreaths Across America Day. Several semi-trucks were escorted by police through Philadelphia today as part of the Wreaths Across America convoy. The event is meant to honor and remember our fallen heroes and teach the younger generation about the importance of freedom. On Saturday, more than 5,600 locations nationwide will host ceremonies to commemorate that special day. If you're thinking about adopting a pet this holiday season, you may want to reconsider. The founder of a local animal refuge is giving tips to make sure that you're ready to take care of the animal before adoption because it is a commitment. On average, dogs live between 10 and 13 years, cats live between 13 and 17 years, and rabbits live between 8 and 12 years. It's a decade or more of feeding, cleaning, and caring for your pet.
Pet adoption is something for life. It's not a holiday gift. It's not a short-term project. It's a gift for life. And we try to make sure people aren't giving them as gifts, that they're giving them as true family members.
Adopters also have to go through a lengthy process to adopt in most cases, starting with a detailed application. And a taste of old country Christmas is ready to go in Union County. The 2026 Christkindl Market kicked off at 4:30 in Mifflinburg today. The authentic German Christmas market features crafters, live music, and German food. And you'll find everything from homemade candles and nutcrackers to glass ornaments. Fresh baked strudel, cookies, and German beer are also on the menu. The Mifflinburg Christkindl Market runs until 9 o'clock and it continues tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 9 p.m. and Saturday 10 until 8. Future Alert meteorologist Valerie Smock has a check of your forecast next. But first, here's a look at what you can see on News Nation.
News Nation invites you to the fastest growing tourist destination in the world, Qatar. Join us on the adventure of a lifetime. Destination Qatar, Sunday at 8/7 Central on News Nation.
To find News Nation, go to newsnationnow.com.
Hamilton.
A massive Powerball jackpot is spurring sales at lottery outlets. Business is brisk today at Anthracite Newsstand in downtown Wilkes-Barre after the jackpot jumped to $1 billion. While no one had all of the numbers last night, single tickets sold in New Jersey, Maryland, and Michigan match 5 numbers for $1 million each. The billion-dollar drawing is now the 7th largest jackpot in Powerball history.
Traffic has really been heavy. We have been selling a lot of tickets on the Powerball. People that never even bought a ticket before played the lottery. They've all been coming in and asking how to play the Powerball.
Nobody's won since September, and the next drawing is Saturday night. In our Instapoll question, we're having a little fun with it today. We're asking, would you tell anyone if you won the Powerball? Here is how people are voting so far, and you can vote by scanning the QR code. You could go to 2822news.com or on our app under the drop-down menu, and then head to our Facebook page and tell us why you chose the option you did, and we may share that with our viewers. Would you tell anyone?
I would tell very limited people. I think like immediate family, like my parents and my sister, like I would probably tell them. But in terms of just like announcing it, like I'm not going to come to the TV station and be like, hey, guess what?
I quit.
I'm done.
I know. I think same thing. I would tell my husband, my immediate family, and that'll be it. But there'll be signs. There will be signs if I want it.
Yeah, you will know. You will have an idea. All right, so not necessarily hitting the lottery with the forecast today. We've been dealing with some snow squalls across the area. We've got lake effect snow moving in from northwest to southeast, some of it a little steadier and heavier. And you can see most of this around Towanda, heading down toward Wyoming County. And heavier, that's what those darker blues represent here on radar. In the big picture, this is coming all the way from the Great Lakes. Again, these are lake effect snow showers, and that generally happens when you have cold air coming in over top of the unfrozen waters of the Great Lakes. Here's what it looks like in Pottsville, relatively quiet. We haven't seen much activity there here in the past few hours, but it is cloudy and it is cold. 23 right now in Pottsville. We're at 27 Hazleton, Bloomsburg, Lewisburg, even into Williamsport, Tunkhannock now sitting at 25. And when you look at where we are on Futurecast, you will notice we do have these lake effect snow showers that will continue to push on through. You look to the north and west, and that's where they'll be coming from. And these are very narrow bands. So if you get caught in one of these bands, you could be looking at a quick accumulation. Now, it's probably not going to be very much at this point as things are starting to quiet down. But if you're on either side of the snow, you're seeing nothing, and it's like, wait, you have snow just down the road? I didn't even realize. But as we get into your Friday, everybody will get a little bit of a break from the snow, and we'll actually get to enjoy some sunshine. So as you're planning your day, it does start off on the cold side. We are at 18, getting up to near 30 by the afternoon with that nice mix of sun and clouds. And then as we head into the weekend, more changes coming back in. We do have on Saturday a chance for snow showers during the day. Most of this, though, is going to be coming in Saturday night, more so Saturday evening, Saturday night, and then into your Sunday morning. And then on Sunday, you're going to notice it's a little bit colder too. Here's the timing on Futurecast. So we do have this front that is going to start to press into the area. You got a few scatterings of snow showers on Saturday, but as you head towards Saturday night, we have one big band of snow coming in, and then it starts to back off a little bit, and you've got a little bit of a system to the south. Now, most of this that is coming through is going to be more so south and east, but you could still pick up about 1 to 3 inches of snow in that area. Other locations about a coating to an inch. But as I had said before, we're not just going to be dealing with snow this weekend. You've got some colder air that's working its way in. So by the time you head into your Sunday, this purple is coming back, and we're going to be feeling that chill for sure. Here's a look at your Future Alert 7-day forecast. So we have the snow coming in Saturday late and into early Sunday. Then Sunday and Monday, highs will only be in the mid-20s. We still got some teens for overnight lows, but temperatures do moderate into next week. We have a couple of 40s coming back, and by Thursday, we're actually looking at more so liquid precipitation as opposed to the frozen form.
Well, that'll be nice, and you won't have to scrape off your windows.
Yes, yeah. You just need an umbrella with this one. You don't need the snow shovel.
True. Thank you, Valerie. The holiday spirit is lighting up our neighborhoods, and we want to see your dazzling displays. Whether you've decked your halls, wrapped your roof in lights, or you've turned your front yard into a winter wonderland, show it off, share it. Send us photos or videos of your holiday house through our Reported app. Scan the QR code right there on your screen and upload them, and we'll feature some of them on 2822 News. It is the most wonderful time of the year, and we're making it even better with the 12 Days of Streaming Sweepstakes. Here's how you can enter. First, download the 2822 Now app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. It's totally free, and it's free to stream. Launch the app, find the QR code, scan it, and enter your information for the chance to win some amazing prizes, including $1,500 in groceries from SureSave. That'll go to good use this time of year. No purchases necessary, and remember, you can only enter on the 2822 Now app. Nick Zelaya is next with sports.
Today.
Welcome back, everyone. Even with the recent struggles from the Eagles, the defense remains a top 10 unit in the NFL thanks to Vic Fangio and the new pieces added at the trade deadline. The Eagles are top 10 in the league in points allowed and are keeping the offense in games every single week. This week, the Birds go up against the NFL's worst offense statistically in the Las Vegas Raiders, who will also be starting Kenny Pickett with Geno Smith doubtful. Pickett played 1 year in Philadelphia last season, and Vic Fangio had this to say about the former Eagle.
Obviously, we have respect for Kenny. Started a couple years in Pittsburgh. Did well when he had to play for us last year. You know, I don't think there's a way advantage offense running a different scheme.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little familiarity with what they do. I know they got great coaches, great players, nothing but respect for all those guys over there. So I know it's a huge challenge for us. Got a long flight out there. Just want to be as prepared as we can be, going in.
The Eagles can snap this 3-game losing streak Sunday at 1. The Birds last played against Vegas back in 2021. Steelers captain TJ Watt is being evaluated in a Pittsburgh hospital due to a lung injury suffered on Wednesday. Black and Gold Nation's Riley Holsinger has the latest information from the team's facilities.
TJ Watt's teammates are calling his stay in a hospital a scary situation. Meanwhile, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin doesn't know what prompted his lung discomfort that he experienced during a treatment session on Wednesday.
We took him to the docs and they're going through some procedures. He stayed overnight in the hospital. He has a lung situation that's being addressed. He and I communicated last night. He was comfortable.
Watt missed practice on Thursday, and his status for Monday's game is in question. But the bigger concern around the locker room is his health and well-being. Alex Highsmith tells me that he's been talking to TJ since the incident happened.
His spirits are good. We've been checking on him just throughout yesterday and throughout this morning, and so we know that he's doing better. But it definitely hurts. One of your teammates is in the hospital, and so we just been reaching out to him, knowing that we're praying for him. But he's been getting better. So it's just definitely scary situation, tough situation.
Watt has battled through plenty of injuries before, to the point that Aaron Rodgers said, "You can't count out his toughness, no matter what he faces."
Never bet against anybody in the Watt family of being able to deal with something small or large and getting back on the field as quickly as possible.
Highsmith hopes that Watt can play on Monday against Miami, but said we'll see what happens. Reporting in Pittsburgh for Black and Gold Nation, I'm Riley Holsinger.
And remember, DK Metcalf, after Sunday's game against the Ravens, also had to spend the night in the hospital due to some stomach conditions, but he's all right and back on the practice field. We wish all the best to TJ Watt. That's all for sports. We'll be right back.
In today's Instapoll question, we asked, would you tell anyone if you won the Powerball? The majority say no, and many who voted are sharing their thoughts on this one. Carol said, I'd tell everyone in my family that I actually liked. Jim says, if I won, no one around me would be broke. I'd move to a rich neighborhood. Yeah, me too. We want to hear your opinion about this. First, vote in our Instapoll, then go to our Facebook page and share your comments about this. It's a fun little topic today.
It is, yeah, absolutely. I like that answer. Tell who you like.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody you don't like.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you at 7.
I'm Raquel Martin here on Capitol Hill. Here are your latest headlines from the nation's capital this Thursday. The Senate failed to pass two competing health care plans on Thursday. Both Democrats and Republicans each introducing separate plans. Our Kristen Escal reports.
A member of Senate GOP leadership tells me there may be another vote next week on some kind of temporary solution. Now keep in mind, these Affordable Care Act tax credits expire at the end of the year, and with 3 weeks to go until the deadline, Congress has yet to come to a consensus on a path forward. Millions of Americans are staring down skyrocketing health care costs in just weeks. On Thursday, neither of the Senate plans to address the issue received the 60 votes needed to advance. Democrats introduced a 3-year extension of tax credits for people who receive health care coverage through the Affordable Care Act marketplaces.
Our vote had a majority and was bipartisan.
As an alternative, Republicans proposed health savings accounts for Americans with bronze or catastrophic ACA plans. West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito acknowledged Congress still needs to take action on health care.
The problem's still there, and we haven't helped anybody.
Capito, the number 4 Senate Republican, told me the Senate may consider a temporary solution next week.
There may be some kind of a stopgap, small extension of some sort to be able to carry people over. I don't think this will be the end of the issue.
At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump will share his ideas very soon.
The president and Republicans are currently coming up with creative solutions and ideas to lower health care costs for the American people.
4 Republicans wound up joining all Democrats in voting to extend the ACA subsidies. As for the Republican plan, no Democrats voted for it. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul was the lone Republican to vote against it. In Washington, I'm Kristen Escal.
Here's more from senators following that vote.
Republicans just blocked the Democrats' bill for a clean, simple extension of the ACA tax credits. The last chance they had to ensure people's premiums do not skyrocket in the coming months. Democrats did the work, but now Republicans chose the consequences. Now Republicans have all but guaranteed that tens of millions of people will see their premiums double or triple or more next year. Republicans now own America's health care crisis. Democrats tried all year to stop this health care crisis. We put real legislation on the floor to ensure these tax credits do not expire. And Republicans blocked it, not once, not twice, but 13 times throughout the year. 13 times they voted against our extensions of the ACA credits. 13 times.
They want us to be working together to do something about their health care. And we have given them the opportunity so many times through straight extension. And we would like to do a lot more, believe me, reverse the cuts from the big, beautiful betrayal of the bill when it comes to Medicaid, do something more on my legislation for negotiation of prescription drugs so we could do that faster, public option, you name it. There's a lot of choices here. But right now, we have an immediate crisis. And as Senator Schumer points out, this is not a January thing. It's going to be set by then. This is not a February thing. This is a now thing. And they not only rejected this 3 years, despite 4 of them, including a very conservative Republican voting with us today, they also rejected a 2-year. They also rejected a very clear vote on a simple 1-year extension that basically would have been the same amount of money as they sent to Argentina.
After today's vote, I really only have one question. Who do the Washington Republicans work for? Who are they working for? First, you kick 15 million Americans off of their health care in order to give billionaires a tax cut. And then after doing that, you double the premiums on some 22 million additional Americans. For some people, you triple the premiums, quadruple the premiums. Who are you working for? These are people who are disproportionately in red districts. And we have tried time and time again, as my colleagues have said, to get the Republicans to make a different choice, and here we are today.
The U.S. seized a Venezuelan oil tanker this week. This comes as the U.S. ramps up pressure on the country. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the ship has been sanctioned by the U.S. for years now. Our Maddie Beartemple reports.
The White House is defending the U.S. seizure of a Venezuelan oil tanker that was headed to Cuba.
We're not going to stand by and watch sanctioned vessels sail the seas with black market oil, the proceeds of which will fuel narco-terrorism of rogue and illegitimate regimes around the world.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the Justice Department approved a warrant to seize the ship, saying it had been sanctioned for years because it's involved in an illicit oil shipping network that supports terrorists.
The vessel will go to a U.S. port, and the United States does intend to seize the oil.
Venezuela's interior minister called the move piracy.
Quien confesó.
Some lawmakers see this as a risky move that inches the U.S. closer to war with Venezuela. It comes after the U.S. carried out more than 20 strikes on suspected drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean.
Seems to me a very dangerous escalation and a prelude to potential conflict we should not be involved in.
But Leavitt says the latest action is simply the administration enforcing sanctions.
Prolonged war is definitely not something this president is interested in.
Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall says if the conflict escalates to invasion of Venezuelan waters or land, he's confident lawmakers will have a say.
Hopefully we won't get to that point and we can have a resolution that's favorable. But if there is a conflict, then Congress would be involved.
The U.S. has built up its military presence in the region, and President Trump previously said the U.S. will expand to attacks on land. In Washington, I'm Maddie Beartemple.
And we spoke one-on-one with Republican Congressman Michael McCall about the seizure of that oil tanker. Here's more of what he had to say.
Taking the oil tanker was potentially an act of war. Do you agree with that?
I don't. These are Iranian shadow oil tankers that have been used to transport illegally Venezuelan oil to Cuba in violations of our sanctions laws. So this is it's permissible, especially in international waters, to take these shadow vessels out. So I don't understand. It's just like the vessels coming from Venezuela to spread poison in the United States and kill Americans. The president has every authority under Article 2 of the Constitution in self-defense of the nation. In this case, they were taking out oil tankers headed to Cuba in violation of U.S. sanctions that Congress passed. So I think it was a legal operation under the Constitution and the laws passed by Congress. And quite frankly, it's good to see an administration stepping it up a little bit in this hemisphere and flexing a little bit of muscle to protect the United States from, bad actors like Venezuela and Maduro in the Western Hemisphere.
So are you concerned at all about all of these boat strikes potentially leading to a larger conflict with Venezuela if Maduro doesn't want to step down? President Trump has said his time is limited or numbered, and that he is not ruling out strikes on land as well. Are you concerned about a broader conflict?
Well, certainly persuading Maduro to step down without a conflict would be the best path. That would be a tremendous success. He's been a socialist dictator for many years, destroyed one of the most wealthiest, beautiful countries in South America to one of the worst. And his alliance, not to forget, with Iran and China in our hemisphere is a threat to our national security. In the event there was an invasion in Venezuelan waters or land territory, that would invoke the War Powers Act that was passed by Congress. Then it would go to my committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, after 60 days of conflict to determine whether a declaration of war or an authorized use of military force is appropriate. Hopefully we won't get to that point, and we can have a resolution that's favorable. But if there is a conflict, then Congress would be involved.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about the Trump administration's recent escalations with Venezuela. Take a listen.
Based on the way that things stand right now, is Operation Southern Spear about drugs or is it about oil?
What I will tell you, Peter, is that the Trump administration is focused on doing many things in the Western Hemisphere. The president has taken a new approach that has not been taken by any administration for quite some time to actually focus on what's going on in our own backyard. And there are two things that are very important to this administration. Number one, stopping the flow of illegal drugs into the United States of America, which we know has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. The president promised on the campaign trail that he would demolish the foreign terrorist organizations and drug cartels around the world, especially right here in our own hemisphere, and you have seen that he is delivering on that promise. With respect to the oil and what happened yesterday, the Department of Justice requested and was approved for a warrant to seize a vessel because it's a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil to the IRGC, which you know is a sanctioned entity. So the president is committed to stopping the illegal flow of drugs into our country. He's also fully committed to effectuating this administration's sanction policy, and that's what you saw and the world saw take place yesterday.
And because he said the president is trying to do a lot of things at once, he talks a lot about how he thinks the way to bring down prices for everything would be to bring down the cost of energy. Would he use this seized Venezuelan oil to try to help Americans with affordability here in the United States?
Well, what I can tell you right now, the vessel has been seized, as you know. And the Department of Justice did that in conjunction with the Coast Guard and the Department of War. The vessel is currently undergoing a forfeiture process right now. The United States currently has a full investigative team on the ground on the vessel, and individuals on board the vessel are being interviewed and any relevant evidence is being seized. With respect to the oil, that's a different issue. As you know, Peter, the vessel will go to a U.S. port, and the United States does intend to seize the oil. However, there is a legal process for the seizure of that oil, and that legal process will be followed.
Back to that oil tanker, just wanted to know, was this a one-off, or is it safe to say the administration is taking a more active look at the oil industry in Venezuela, whether targeting other oil ships or perhaps Venezuelan oil production facilities in Venezuela?
Well, I won't broadcast any future actions from the administration, but I will just reiterate that the Trump administration is executing on the president's sanction policies and the sanction policies of the United States. And we're not going to stand by and watch sanctioned vessels sail the seas with black market oil, the proceeds of which will fuel narco-terrorism of rogue and illegitimate regimes around the world.
And Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem took tough questions from Democrats during a House hearing on worldwide threats. Take a listen.
Secretary Noem, you lied to me under oath that day. You lied to the American people, and you have betrayed the trust placed upon you in your role as Secretary of Homeland Security. You defied federal court orders when you refused to order the deportation flights to El Salvador in March to turn around. Federal courts have also found your department to have violated federal injunctions in your continue to send non-citizens on deportation flights, with some courts having called your orders unlawful. Secretary Noem, I just have 3 questions for you. 1, why did you lie under oath by saying DHS was following all federal court orders when they clearly were not?
Congressman.
Question 2, let me finish my questions. Question 2, why did you mislead the American people when you said that no American citizens have been arrested or detained by federal immigration agents? And my last question, number 3, Donald Trump said that your ICE agents haven't gone far enough. Do you think terrorizing American citizens and assaulting peaceful protesters isn't far enough?
Congressman, the Department of Homeland Security and this administration complies with all federal court orders. We always have and we always will.
Not true.
And we will continue to appeal. And, sir, I will even tell you that at the highest court, at the Supreme Court, the Department of Homeland Security in our litigation has an over 90% success rate in winning at the highest court in our battle against activist judges across this country.
Madam Secretary,
we will continue to appeal. And then when it gets to the highest court and we get a decision, it is proven that we are right, that we have been compliant. I will also say,
Madam Secretary, let me.
Do you want me to answer your questions or not?
I do, but let me. You haven't been telling us the truth. Look, there have been at least 170 known cases of citizens being arrested or detained by federal immigration agents this year alone. This is the truth. Are you lying to the American people right now by denying these reports?
When we are doing our targeted enforcement operations against criminal illegal aliens, individuals that are in that area may be detained until we verify who they are, and then they are released. This has been done for years, and every single law enforcement operation that has always happened, we follow the same protocols, and we continue to do that. We have never once detained or deported an American citizen. We have not held them and charged them. When we find out and verify their identity, then that is when they are released. You also asked about ICE agents going far enough. Sir, I will tell you that every single ICE agent, CBP agent, federal law enforcement officer that's out there doing their work every day, none of them will rest until our communities are safe. None of them will rest until terrorists.
Secretary, no, it is a fact that you ignored federal orders.
And our children and our grandchildren can grow up.
Let me reclaim my time here, please. Let me reclaim. Secretary, no, it is a fact that you ignored federal court orders in March and in May of this year. Do you plan on ignoring more federal orders? I'm sick of your lies. And the American people demand the truth.
Because you keep saying it doesn't make it true.
I am sick of your lies. The American people are sick of these lies. American people demand truth.
America is very happy that finally they have a president in the White House that gets up every day to keep them safe.
Madam Secretary, your incompetence and your inability to truthfully carry out your duties of Secretary of Homeland Security, if you're not fired, will you resign?
Sir, I will consider your asking me to resign as an endorsement of my work. Thank you very much.
And on Thursday, Connecticut lawmakers marked the 13th anniversary since that deadly Sandy Hook school shooting. They were joined by gun violence survivors on Capitol Hill.
Every single year, an inspiring and heartbreaking day. Nowhere else in the world would you see a scene like this. No other country in the world has decided to allow its young men and women to be gunned down in neighborhoods and streets and schools and shopping malls. And so we are here with both love and anger in our hearts. Love to make sure that we honor the memory of those who have fallen, but anger that we have to be here and that you have to be here. And so I just show up to this event every year with awe at the fact that all of you are able to deal with the just incalculable grief while also being willing to speak truth to power. So I am here to simply say thank you and to give you a little view of light. As Dick mentioned a few years ago, we were able to pass, with your support and help, the first anti-gun violence bill in Washington in 30 years. The bill was opposed by the NRA, opposed by every gun group, but because of your power, right, because of your voice, we got the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act passed. Now, was it everything we wanted? No way. It wasn't close. But let me tell you what happened. As soon as we passed that piece of legislation, gun violence rates in this country started to plummet. The number of school shootings started to go down. The number of urban homicides started to go down. We won't be satisfied until those numbers are zero, but we proved that when you tighten the gun laws of this country and you just make it a little bit harder for the wrong people to get their hands on weapons, we save lives, and not dozens of lives, not hundreds of lives, but thousands of lives.
It's been 13 years since Newtown. I was in my car that day. These are the days, you know, you remember when JFK was shot. You remember this thing. I remember Newtown. I was in my car and listening to the reports, the alerts, every several minutes were telling us how many more babies had been killed. And horrific. And you don't get over that. It's a scar forever, as it is a scar when you look. It's hard to look at the pictures. I thank you for doing that. But for someone who can only empathize, you know, they were real. You could touch them, you could feel them, you could hold them, you could hug them. And now they are gone. But we honor the families, we honor survivors, and the bond, understand, is forever that we have with you. We stood shoulder to shoulder with the Sandy Hook students. We have advocated for stronger gun violence prevention, and we're not going to abandon the mission. But we're all realists. We have to in the institution that we serve in. You have to know what you're able to get done. And Sandy Hook is not an outlier. The scourge of mass shootings. Whoever you mentioned, and Congresswoman Hayes mentioned the youngsters who die every day in the United States of America. It is traumatizing and it is unrelenting. And yes, as Senator Murphy pointed out, we are the global outlier for gun deaths. So is that a mark of distinction that the United States wants to have? I think not. 14,000 gun-related deaths already this year, 387 mass shootings. It is unfathomable the amount of death and grief that occurs in this country every day. Day by day, the numbers climb. Easy access to firearms turns disagreements into deaths. If you have a disagreement with someone today, a gun is pulled out and someone is shot and killed. It's not, let's go sit down and work this out.
And those are just some of the top stories from the nation's capital this Thursday. For more news like this, you can check out more videos on this app. For now in Washington, I'm Raquel Martin.
And into Hazleton. I am tracking more snow as we head into the weekend. I'll have the latest timing coming up in just a few.
See you then. Thank you. 2822 News found some hazardous road conditions.
The low 30s into Lehighton. We're at 23 Pottsville, 27 Williamsport, 22 in
News at 7 starts right now.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us for 2822 News at 7 on WYOU. I'm Candace Kelly. Some snow showers and bitter cold to deal with tonight. We've got Future Alert meteorologist Matthew Howard joining us with the cold facts.
Yes, it's really cold out there, and we've been seeing some snow out there, a little bit of some slick roadways as you're traveling out this evening. Looking at our radar, we have been seeing these snow showers and squalls moving in from our northwest to southeast. These have been heavy at times, especially across a little bit of our southern areas, Scranton, even to the Poconos, some areas like Towanda. We're seeing some heavier snow as well, and that will continue over the next few hours. We have some lake effect banding right off of Lake Erie, and we also are going to be continuing to that, but it's not going to last all that long for the rest of the night. In Scranton here, we are seeing that snow, reduced visibilities, rapidly changing conditions will be the case. We're into the low 20s right now, and across our region, we're at 19 in Mount Pocono, 25 in Hazleton, and 28 in Williamsport. So Candace, we are timing out still some of that cold, and we have some opportunities of snow to talk about in your full forecast in a few minutes.
We'll see you then. Thank you. We have been talking about data centers in our region, and tonight on 2822 News at 11, we have an interesting look inside. 2822 News reporter Avery Nape traveled with members of the Scranton Chamber of Commerce to tour Data Center Alley in Loudoun County, Virginia. Now, that visit gave local officials insight on Loudoun County's experience with data center development over the last 2 decades. The county is home to the highest concentration of data centers in the U.S., with roughly 200 currently in operation and an additional 70 to 80 planned for the future. Officials there talked about the pros and cons.
We've made some mistakes, we've made some good decisions, we've cleaned up a lot of the things that we've done more recently, but you know, not everything is perfect, and so when localities can learn from what we've done, that's what we want to see happen.
None of our sites are near a residential area.
Is that a priority to keep these away from residential zones?
It is for me. I don't want to fight a community.
And we will have much more tonight at 11. We are learning more about a deadly and brutal machete attack in Scranton. Earlier today, the victims were identified as 61-year-old Linda Fortuna and 59-year-old Terry Muller, a United States veteran. The third woman remains in critical condition. 38-year-old Michael Woods was arrested. Police say he admitted to taking PCP, a hallucinogenic drug, earlier in the day. Police found him covered in blood and carrying a knife on Tuesday, the night of the attack. Today, people who lived there described what they experienced.
I ran into
a bloody scene. There was blood everywhere and a lady laying on the floor, but I stood there until the police came, and after that, it went downhill from there. They found somebody else in their apartment, and the lady that they found in her apartment lives right underneath me.
Mueller's service dog was also found dead that night. Residents chased by a fast-moving fire in Scranton are getting some help from United Neighborhood Centers. The organization has stepped in to help about 24 displaced residents of the Old West Side Hotel with shelter and food vouchers. Several people had to be rescued from the burning building on Tuesday evening. Scranton Fire Chief John Judge confirmed that 3 residents, a firefighter, and police officer were injured. Investigators are still working to determine how those flames started. In news across the Commonwealth, a Pennsylvania lawmaker wants to add a new requirement to the state driver's license test. A bill was introduced that would require applicants to pass an English language proficiency exam in order to get their license. The bill's sponsor says a rise in immigrants will lead to more accidents as a result of poor English reading skills. However, the lawmaker did not provide any evidence that there's a link between English proficiency and driver safety. There were no jackpot winners last night. That means the Powerball jackpot now stands at $1 billion. That has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? All you need to do, though, is match 5 numbers in a Powerball. The jackpot will increase to an estimated $1 billion with a cash option of $461.3 million for the next drawing on Saturday. And lottery retailers are busy.
Traffic has really been heavy. We have been selling a lot of tickets on the Powerball. People that never even bought a ticket before, played the lottery, they've all been coming in and asking how to play the Powerball.
Nobody has won since September, and this would be the 7th largest jackpot in Powerball history. And in our Instapoll question today, we're having a little fun with it. Would you tell anyone you won the Powerball? The majority have said no. And you can vote in our Instapoll by scanning the QR code. You could also go through our app under the drop-down menu or 2822news.com. Then leave a comment on our Facebook page, like Dorothy. She said, I send a copy of the winning ticket to everyone who is ever nasty to me. Wasn't that sweet revenge? And then there's Don, who says, nope, not even my wife. I like it, Don. You still have time to vote and leave a comment. Still to come on this Thursday edition of 2822 News at 7, a magical place to take your children this holiday season. A trip to Brown Hill Farms in Tunkhannock in tonight's Paula's Parenting Playbook. And later, speaking of magical, we'll look inside one of Zillow's most visited off-the-market homes. Topping business and consumer news tonight, there's one lot of Reboost nasal spray. The FDA says the product contains mold and yeast as well as microbial contamination. No adverse effects have been reported so far, though the agency says there's a reasonable risk that the product could cause immunocompromised people to develop life-threatening infections. People are urged to stop using the nasal spray and contact the place of purchase for a refund. On Wall Street today, the Dow gained 646, the NASDAQ was down slightly, and S&P 500 up 14. Right now, I'm sure many parents are hearing, I want a cat or a dog for Christmas, but is it a good idea? Earlier today, 2822 News stopped by Blue Chip Farm Animal Refuge to ask the experts to weigh in on the idea of a pet as a gift. They remind us pet adoption is a commitment. On average, dogs live between 10 and 13 years, cats live between 13 and 17 years, and rabbits live between 8 and 12.
Something for life. It's not a holiday gift. It's not a short-term project. It's a gift for life. And we try to make sure people aren't giving them as gifts, that they're giving them as true family members.
Bart also says adopters have to go through a lengthy process to adopt, starting with a detailed application. There's a program reminder for you. Our Newsmakers program will air this Sunday, and the topic will be keeping downtowns alive with business and activities. Host Jane Ann Bugda will have as her guest Larry Newman with the Diamond City Partnership. It's a group that serves as the caretaker of the vision for downtown Wilkes-Barre. We'll talk about how the group works to attract people to the downtown area to live, work, and play. Newsmakers will air this Sunday, December 14th at 7:30 a.m. on WYOU and at 11:30 a.m. on WBRE. The magic of Christmas is coming to life in Wyoming County. Officials with Brown Hill Farms are making it their mission to spread Christmas cheer and land on your nice list this holiday. 2822's Paula Giacomo experiences the festive fun at the farm in tonight's Paula's Parenting Playbook.
Merry Christmas. Who's ready to go to the North Pole?
As visitors arrive at Brown Hill Farms in Tunkhannock, a short train ride transports them to Santa's barn for a magical holiday experience. I happily hopped aboard for the scenic ride.
All right, everybody, the elves are inside, waiting for you to get there.
Upon arrival, Santa's elves greet guests at the fully decorated barn where every corner is filled with festive charm. In the waiting area, Christmas videos play on nearby screens as parents snap pictures and kids package reindeer food to take home. The journey continues up the staircase to Santa's enchanted elevator.
All right, have fun, guys. Merry Christmas. Everyone loves it. It's just so magical. The kids' faces light up. It's just wonderful to see everyone.
One by one, visitors board the movie-like elevator. Doors close, lights twinkle, and holiday magic fills the air. Moments later, the doors open to reveal the North Pole. That's where Santa and Mrs. Claus are waiting with warm smiles.
Have you been a good girl this year? I thought you were. I'm going to tell Santa that you were.
I think everybody loves Christmas, and we're trying to create a place that you can be transported to. It was a lot of fun.
After meeting Santa and Mrs. Claus, children make their way into Santa's writing workshop where they can sit down and craft their very own letters to Santa.
Once kids finish writing their letter to Santa, they can then drop it off in this special mailbox for delivery.
They're coming with their whole family, which is really good. I thought maybe they'd bring the kids, but they're bringing grandma and grandpa and aunt and uncle, and it's been well received, so I'm very happy.
Kids are clearly happy too.
I think it's very cool.
What do you like about it?
I like the elevator and the train ride.
The North Pole also features a brightly lit walk through an enchanted forest, live animals, dozens of decorative Christmas trees, and plenty of festive props for family photos.
They've done so much here at Brown Hill Farms. I really do feel like we're at the North Pole. It's so Christmassy. Puts me right in the Christmas spirit.
Visitors can stroll around the property, grab snacks at the outdoor food stand, and pose for family photos at festive props.
It's very unique. Nothing we've been to so far, so very neat. We try to take a weekend every year before Christmas to do something as a family, and this is what we decided to do this year.
Reporting for Paula's Parenting Playbook, I'm Paula Giacomo, 2822 News.
To book your journey to the North Pole, tickets need to be purchased online, and for a link to Brown Hill Farms, head to our website, 2822news.com, and click on Paula's Parenting Playbook tab. Future Alert meteorologist Matthew Howard has your forecast next, but first, as we head to break, this morning the Seattle Space Needle was semi-covered in fog as the atmospheric river continues to pass through the area. We will have much more about this historic rainfall flooding in the Washington state later.
Plus.
Welcome back, everyone. On this Thursday evening, we are tracking some snow showers, and some of these are heavy at times, even causing some squalls in some areas. Let's take a look at our radar right now. We are seeing that snow squall activity, especially in that Scranton area. Some areas north and west of Scranton are starting to pick up some heavier snow near that Towanda area. And a lot of areas around the Poconos and between Scranton and Wilkes-Barre, I saw those squalls earlier and led to some slick roadways. We actually do have this heavier band starting to really form as we get towards Tunkhannock, Laceyville, and Towanda. That will move from northwest to southeast. This could impact some areas in Lackawanna and Luzerne County. Right here in Wilkes-Barre, we are seeing a lot of cloud cover. We actually saw some snow here at the studio just earlier. Low 20s right now, 23 degrees, and that wind is calming down across the region. I have 28 degrees for you in Lehighton, 27 in Bloomsburg, and 24 degrees in Lock Haven. So cold night, and the wind is calming down though, so it's not feeling quite as cold, but those winds are coming strong out of the northwest. Still could be a little bit breezy at times as you're heading out the door tonight, just to let you know. And we're timing everything out on Futurecast for you. We are actually seeing that snow shower activity begin to diminish. Not quite shown here still, but we are still seeing those snow shower potential over the next few hours. Cannot rule out a squall as well. But as we get towards that midnight time frame, I think a lot of us will begin to clear out, maybe just a lingering flurry or snow shower by then. And as we get towards that second half of the night, we'll be left with partly to mostly cloudy skies, and it'll be another cold night ahead of us. So we'll still be hanging on to that. So coating to 2 inches total expected tonight with some locally higher amounts, and just be on the alert for some icy roadways as you're headed out the door. As you're heading out the door tomorrow, though, we're starting off the morning into the upper teens, but we are going to warm up into the upper 20s to near 30 with partly sunny skies, so we'll see more sunshine tomorrow. But for the weekend, we're going to start the weekend off dry. We are seeing another system approaching in from the south that could bring in a little bit of some minor accumulations of snowfall into Saturday night into Sunday. Your best chances, though, will be south into the Poconos, so just to keep that in mind as you're headed out. But as we get towards that Sunday time frame, we still see a few flurries and snow showers out ahead of that lake effect, but not going to be quite as widespread as today. Tonight, lows into the upper teens. We'll see a lingering flurry or snow shower with decreasing clouds, and then tomorrow a high of 30 degrees. It'll be partly sunny, and it'll be a cold day, but not going to feel as cold as it was today. That wind is going to ease up just a little bit. As we have towards Saturday, most of the day will be dry, mostly cloudy skies with highs into the low 30s, and then we're still going to be dealing with that possibility for some minor snow Saturday night into Sunday, hanging on quite cold for the beginning of the work week. But Candace, we are seeing a little bit more of a warm up in sight, that 40 and 44 Wednesday, Thursday. I feel like it's so far away, but I think we're going to eventually get there.
Oh, of course we'll get there. I'm looking forward to it because I need to get the car washed.
Yes.
Maybe not the rain so much.
Not the rain so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Matthew. Hey, how much do you hate waiting in long lines? Enough to pay someone to do it for you? CBS's Michael George introduces us to a professional line sitter. Yeah, that's a thing.
In Midtown Manhattan, there's a line down the block for a sample sale at luxury fashion house Alexander McQueen. But the first person in line is not here to stock her closet.
I'm a professional line sitter.
Gigi Principe and pretty much all the people at the front of the line are being paid by others to wait in line for them.
Gigi, how long have you been waiting out here this morning?
Since 1:15 a.m.
How do you feel?
I feel pretty good.
It can run you about $25 an hour to hire a line sitter, more if it's overnight or in bad weather. When the doors finally open, the real customer switches spots with the line sitter. Robert Samuel, founder of Same Old Line Dudes, says his employees are hired to wait for Broadway shows, trendy restaurants, concert tickets, even courtroom seats at celebrity trials.
It's a great time saver. It's economical. It's great for tourists. So if you're doing things around the city, you want to spend time taking in all the sights and sounds instead of sitting on the paper.
Gigi says her longest wait was 15 hours. She and other line sitters pass the time by watching shows on their phones, reading, chatting with coworkers, or just catching some Z's.
You want to know something? I actually don't like waiting in line at all. I'm the least patient person ever. but I love doing this. Besides the money, it's an adventure every time. I get to see little parts of the city that I wouldn't even think about.
Near the back of the line are people like Corlette Douglas, who's waiting the old-fashioned way for herself.
If you want my actual opinion, I think as a New Yorker, you gotta like stick it out, wake up early and come in the line with the rest of us and bear in the cold.
Samuel says the practice is fair.
It's a 1-to-1 ratio. We're not holding one spot for 6 people.
So the next time you're stuck at the DMV, maybe you'll think about hiring a professional.
As we head to break, who has been naughty on your Christmas list? Well, here's a gift idea. Introducing Christmas Coal. It's a limited edition 4-pound bag of Kingsford original charcoal wrapped in festive holiday packaging. It's part gag gift, part winter grill essential. Here's what's making news across the nation and around the globe tonight. Healthcare proposals from both Republicans and Democrats failed on the Senate floor today. The votes came as Affordable Care Act tax credits are set to expire within weeks. The Democrats' proposal would have extended subsidies for 3 years, while the Republican measure instead pushed those funds into health savings accounts controlled by consumers. In Washington state, they are experiencing a record-breaking flooding. The governor has declared a state of emergency and predicts that 100,000 people could be facing evacuation orders as a result. A number of people have been rescued already. Floodwaters covered streets and closed businesses in several areas of western Washington. The Trump administration released some dramatic video of members of an elite U.S. Coast Guard unit rappelling from a helicopter to board and seize an oil tanker. Venezuelan officials are calling the seizure a serious international crime and vowing to defend its homeland. A senior military official and a source familiar with the matter say the U.S. is contemplating more operations like this one amid a U.S. military buildup at stopping drug trafficking. Erica Kirk, CEO of Turning Point USA, spoke with CBS News in a town hall about the murder of her husband, Charlie Kirk, and the release of his last book, Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life. Kirk talked about the rising political violence in America, the future of the right and faith. CBS News editor-in-chief Bari Weiss moderated the event, and you can watch it on Saturday at 8 p.m. here on WYOU and CBS. Mariah Carey's holiday classic, All I Want for Christmas Is You, is once again back at the top of the Billboard charts. It is the 19th time the Christmas hit has reached #1, tying a record. She is now tied with Shaboozey's A Bar Song and Lil Nas X's Old Town Road as the single with the most weeks at #1 during the chart's 67-year history. The song was first released back in 1994. We'll be right back, but first, your nightly lottery numbers. Good luck. News. All right, welcome back. We've got a live look at Las Vegas, Nevada there. 75 degrees. What a beautiful sunset, too.
Oh, it's absolutely a gorgeous sunset. Way warmer than here. I was even there this past summer, and it was 110 degrees. So,
that's a lot.
Oh, really hot, but we're on the complete opposite side of that here. We'll take a look at your 7-day forecast. Going to see a few of the lingering showers and squalls tonight, and then we're going to be a dry day tomorrow. And then Saturday, we can see a little bit of a snowier stretch as we get towards that nighttime into Sunday morning. Still hanging on cold, but then we're going to be dealing with some more drier weather and then a gradual warm up as we get towards the beginning of next week. And then we'll be warming up to near 40 degrees. Big, nice comparison to the mid 20s. So
yeah,
it's going to be way different.
Yeah,
I'll take it, right?
Me too, thanks. Hey, before we go, do you ever look at houses on Zillow? I do. I love to do this stuff. Well, here's a house that you really should see because every December, Santa Claus opens the doors to his cozy North Pole cabin on Zillow. This year, he's gone all out on decorating his off-market home. Guests can check out how Santa and the Misses live, and for fun, by tapping Stage This Space, visitors can choose a themed look and see the room transform, switching easily between the original photos and the newly styled versions. According to Zillow, Santa's 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,000 square foot home was built in 1822 on 25 acres, and it's worth well over $1 million. How pretty.
That's so pretty. I love that. Nice Christmas home.
Yeah, so now I know what I'm doing tonight on Zillow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you back here at 11.
Looking at our radar, we have been seeing these snow showers and squalls moving in from our northwest to southeast. These have been heavy at times, especially across a little bit of our southern areas, Scranton, even to the Poconos, some areas like Towanda. We're seeing some heavier snow as well, and that will continue over the next few hours. We have some lake effect banding right off of Lake Erie, and we also are going to be continuing to that, but it's not going to last all that long for the rest of the night. In Scranton here, we are seeing that snow, reduced visibilities, rapidly changing conditions will be the case. We're into the low 20s right now, and across our region, we're at 19 in Mount Pocono, 25 in Hazleton, and 28 in Williamsport. So Candace, we are timing out still some of that cold, and we have some opportunities of snow to talk about in your full forecast in a few minutes.
We'll see you then. Thank you. We have been talking about data centers in our region, and tonight on 2822 News at 11, look inside. 2822 News reporter Avery Nape traveled with members of the Scranton Chamber of Commerce to tour Data Center Alley in Loudoun County, Virginia. Now, that visit gave local officials insight on Loudoun County's experience with data center development over the last 2 decades. The county is home to the highest concentration of data centers in the U.S., with roughly 200 currently in operation and an additional 70 to 80 planned for the future. Officials there talked about the pros and cons.
We've made some mistakes. We've made some good decisions. We've cleaned up a lot of the things that we've done more recently, but not everything is perfect. And so when localities can learn from what we've done, that's what we want to see happen.
None of our sites are near a residential area.
Is that a priority to keep these away from residential zones?
It is for me. I don't want to fight a community.
And we will have much more tonight at 11. We are learning more about a deadly and brutal machete attack in Scranton. Earlier today, the victims were identified as 61-year-old Linda Fortuna and 59-year-old Terry Muller, a United States veteran. The third woman remains in custody. 38-year-old Michael Woods was arrested. Police say he admitted to taking PCP, a hallucinogenic drug, earlier in the day. Police found him covered in blood and carrying a knife on Tuesday, the night of the attack. Today, people who lived there described what they experienced.
I ran into a bloody scene. There was blood everywhere and a lady laying on the floor, but I stood there until the police came, and after that it went downhill from there. They found somebody else in their apartment, and the lady that they found in her apartment lives right underneath me.
Muller's service dog was also found dead that night. Residents chased by a fast-moving fire in Scranton are getting some help from United Neighborhood Centers. The organization has stepped in to help about 24 displaced residents of the Old West Side Hotel with shelter and food vouchers. Several people had to be rescued from the burning building on Tuesday evening. Scranton Fire Chief John Judge confirmed that 3 residents, a firefighter, and police officer were injured. Investigators are still working to determine how those flames started. In news across the Commonwealth, a Pennsylvania lawmaker wants to add a new requirement to the state driver's license test. A bill was introduced that would require applicants to pass an English language proficiency exam in order to get their license. The bill's sponsor says a rise in immigrants will lead to more accidents as a result of poor English reading skills. However, the lawmaker did not provide any evidence that there's a link between English proficiency and driver safety. There were no jackpot winners last night. That means the Powerball jackpot now stands at $1 billion. That has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? All you need to do, though, is match 5 numbers in a Powerball. The jackpot will increase to an estimated $1 billion with a cash option of $461.3 million for the next drawing on Saturday. And lottery retailers are busy.
Traffic has really been heavy. We have been selling a lot of tickets on the Powerball. People that never even bought a ticket before played the lottery. They've all been coming in and asking how to play the Powerball.
Nobody has won since September, and this would be the 7th largest jackpot in Powerball history. And in our Instapoll question today, we're having a little fun with it. Would you tell anyone you won the Powerball? The majority have said no. And you can vote in our Instapoll by scanning the QR code. You could also go through our app under the drop-down menu or 2822news.com. Then leave a comment on our Facebook page, like Dorothy. She said, I send a copy of the winning ticket to everyone who was ever nasty to me. Wasn't that sweet revenge? And then there's Don, who says, nope, not even my wife. I like it, Don. You still have time to vote and leave a comment. Still to come on this Thursday edition of 2822 News at 7, a magical place to take your children this holiday season. A trip to Brown Hill Farms in Tunkhannock in tonight's Paula's Parenting Playbook. And later, speaking of magical, we'll look inside one of Zillow's most visited off-the-market homes. Topping business and consumer news tonight, there's a nationwide recall of one lot of Reboost nasal spray. The FDA says the product contains mold and yeast as well as microbial contamination. No adverse effects have been reported so far, though the agency says there's a reasonable risk that the product could cause immunocompromised people to develop life-threatening infections. People are urged to stop using the nasal spray and contact the place of purchase for a refund. On Wall Street today, the Dow gained 646, the Nasdaq was down slightly, and S&P 500 up 14. Right now, I'm sure many parents are hearing, I want a cat or a dog for Christmas, but is it a good idea? Earlier today, 2822 News stopped by Blue Chip Farm Animal Refuge to ask the experts to weigh in on the idea of a pet as a gift. They remind us pet adoption is on average. Dogs live between 10 and 13 years, cats live between 13 and 17 years, and rabbits live between 8 and 12.
Something for life. It's not a short-term project. It's a gift for life, and we try to make sure people aren't giving them as gifts, that they're giving them as true family members.
Bart also says adopters have to go through a lengthy process to adopt, starting with a detailed application. There's a program reminder for you. Our Newsmakers program will air this Sunday, and the topic will be keeping downtowns alive with business and activities. Host Jane Ann Bugda will have as her guest Larry Newman with the Diamond City Partnership. It's a group that serves as the caretaker of the vision for downtown Wilkes-Barre. We'll talk about how the group works to attract people to the downtown area to live, work, and play. Newsmakers will air this Sunday, December 14th at 7:30 a.m. on WYOU and at 11:30 a.m. on WBRE. The magic of Christmas is coming to life in Wyoming County. Officials with Brown Hill Farms are making it their mission to spread Christmas cheer and land on your nice list this holiday. 2822's Paula Giacomo experiences the festive fun at the farm in tonight's Paula's Parenting Playbook.
Merry Christmas. Who's ready to go to the North Pole?
As visitors arrive at Brown Hill Farms in Tunkhannock, a short train ride transports them to Santa's barn for a magical holiday experience. I happily hopped aboard for the scenic ride.
All right, everybody, the elves are inside, waiting for you to get there.
Upon arrival, Santa's elves greet guests at the fully decorated barn where every corner is filled with festive charm. In the waiting area, Christmas videos play on nearby screens as parents snap pictures and kids package reindeer food to take home. The journey continues up the staircase to Santa's enchanted elevator.
Have fun, guys. Merry Christmas. Everyone loves it. It's just so magical. The kids' faces light up. It's just wonderful to see everyone.
One by one, visitors board the movie-like elevator. Doors close, lights twinkle, and holiday magic fills the air. Moments later, the doors open to reveal the North Pole. That's where Santa and Mrs. Claus are waiting with warm smiles.
Have you been a good girl this year? I thought you were. I'm going to tell Santa that you were. I think everybody loves Christmas, and we're trying to create a place that you can be transported to. It was a lot of fun.
After meeting Santa and Mrs. Claus, children make their way into Santa's writing workshop where they can sit down and craft their very own letters to Santa.
Once kids finish writing their letter to Santa, they can then drop it off in this special mailbox for delivery.
They're coming with their whole family, which is really good. I thought maybe they'd bring the kids, but they're bringing grandma and uncle, and it's been well received, so I'm very happy.
Kids are clearly happy too.
I think it's very cool.
What do you like about it?
I like the elevator and the train ride.
The North Pole also features a brightly lit walk through an enchanted forest, live animals, dozens of decorative Christmas trees, and plenty of festive props for family photos.
They've done so much here at Brown Hill Farms. I really do feel like we're at the North Pole. It's so Christmassy. Puts me right in the Christmas spirit.
Visitors can stroll around the property, grab snacks at the outdoor food stand, and pose for family photos at festive props.
It's very unique, nothing we've been to so far, so very neat. We try to take a weekend every year before Christmas to do something as a family, and this is what we decided to do this year.
Reporting for Paula's Parenting Playbook, I'm Paula Giangiacomo, 2822 News.
To book your journey to the North Pole, tickets need to be purchased online. And for a link to Brown Hill Farms, head to our website, 2822news.com, and click on Paula's Parenting Playbook tab. Future Alert meteorologist Matthew Howard has your forecast next. But first, as we head to break, this morning the Seattle Space Needle was semi-covered in fog as the atmospheric river continues to pass through the area. We will have much more about this historic rainfall flooding in the Washington state later.
Plus.
Welcome back, everyone. On this Thursday evening, we are tracking some snow showers, and some of these are heavy at times, even causing some squalls in some areas. Let's take a look at our radar right now. We are seeing that snow squall activity, especially in that Scranton area. Some areas north and west of Scranton are starting to pick up some heavier snow near that Towanda area. And a lot of areas around the Poconos and between Scranton and Wilkes-Barre, I saw those squalls earlier and led to some slick roadways. We actually do have this heavier band starting to really form as we get towards Tunkhannock, Laceyville, and Towanda. That will move from northwest to southeast. This could impact some areas in Lackawanna and Luzerne County. Right here in Wilkes-Barre, we are seeing a lot of cloud cover. We actually saw some snow here at the studio just earlier. Low 20s right now, 23 degrees, and that wind is calming down across the region. I have 28 degrees for you in Lehighton, 27 in Bloomsburg, and 24 degrees in Lock Haven. So cold night, and the wind is calming down though, so it's not feeling quite as cold, but those winds are coming strong out of the northwest. Still could be a little bit breezy at times as you're heading out the door tonight, just to let you know. And we're timing everything out on Futurecast for you. We are actually seeing that snow shower activity begin to diminish. Not quite shown here still, but we are still seeing those snow shower potential over the next few hours. Cannot rule out a squall as well. But as we get towards that midnight time frame, I think a lot of us will begin to clear out maybe just a lingering flurry or snow shower by then. And as we get towards that second half of the night, we'll be left with partly to mostly cloudy skies, and it'll be another cold night ahead of us. So we'll still be hanging on to that. So coating to 2 inches total expected tonight with some locally higher amounts, and just be on the alert for some icy roadways as you're headed out the door. As you're headed out the door tomorrow, though, we're starting off the morning into the upper teens, but we are going to warm up into the upper 20s to near 30 with partly sunny skies, so we'll see more sunshine tomorrow. But for the weekend, we're going to start the weekend off dry. We are seeing another system approaching in from the south that could bring in a little bit of some minor accumulations of snowfall into Saturday night into Sunday. Your best chances, though, will be south into the Poconos, so just to keep that in mind as you're headed out. But as we get towards that Sunday time frame, we still see a few flurries and snow showers out ahead of that lake effect, but not going to be quite as widespread as today. Tonight, lows into the upper teens. We'll see a lingering flurry or snow shower with decreasing clouds, and then tomorrow a high of 30 degrees. It'll be partly sunny, and it'll be a cold day, but not going to feel as cold as it was today. That wind is going to ease up just a little bit. As we have towards Saturday, most of the day will be dry, mostly cloudy skies with highs into the low 30s, and then we're still going to be dealing with that possibility for some minor snow Saturday night into Sunday, hanging on quite cold for the beginning of the work week. But Candace, we are seeing a little bit more of a warm up in sight, that 40 and 44 Wednesday, Thursday. I feel like it's so far away, but I think we're going to eventually get there.
Oh, of course we'll get there. I'm looking forward to it because I need to get the car washed.
Yes.
Maybe not the rain so much.
Not the rain so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Matthew. Hey, how much do you hate enough to pay someone to do it for you? CBS's Michael George introduces us to a professional line sitter. Yeah, that's a thing.
In Midtown Manhattan, there's a line down the block for a sample sale at luxury fashion house Alexander McQueen. But the first person in line is not here to stock her closet.
I'm a professional line sitter.
Gigi Principe and pretty much all the people at the front of the line are being paid by others to wait in line for them.
Gigi, how long have you been waiting out here this morning?
Since 1:15 a.m.
How do you feel?
I feel pretty good.
It can run you about $25 an hour to hire a line sitter, more if it's overnight or in bad weather. When the doors finally open, the real customer switches spots with the line sitter. Robert Samuel, founder of Same Old Line Dudes, says his employees are hired to wait for Broadway shows, trendy restaurants, concert tickets, even courtroom seats at celebrity trials.
It's a great time saver. It's economical. It's great for tourists. So if you're doing things around the city, you want to spend time taking in all the sights and sounds instead of sitting on the pavement.
Gigi says her longest wait was 15 hours. She and other line sitters pass the time by watching shows on their phones, reading, chatting with coworkers, or just catching some Z's.
You want to know something? I actually don't like waiting in line at all. I'm the least patient person ever. but I love doing this. Besides the money, it's an adventure every time. I get to see little parts of the city that I wouldn't even think about.
Near the back of the line are people like Corlette Douglas, who's waiting the old-fashioned way for herself.
If you want my actual opinion, I think as a New Yorker, you gotta like stick it out, wake up early and come in the line with the rest of us and bear in the cold.
Samuel says the practice is fair.
It's a 1-to-1 ratio. We're not holding one spot for 6 people.
So the next time you're stuck at the DMV, maybe you'll think about hiring a professional.
As we head to break, who has been naughty on your Christmas list? Well, here's a gift idea. Introducing Christmas Coal. It's a limited edition 4-pound bag of Kingsford original charcoal wrapped in festive holiday packaging. It's part gag gift, part winter grill essential. Here's what's making news across the nation and around the globe tonight. Healthcare proposals from both Republicans and Democrats failed on the Senate floor today. The votes came as Affordable Care Act tax credits are set to expire within weeks. The Democrats' proposal would have extended subsidies for 3 years, while the Republican measure instead pushed those funds into health savings accounts controlled by consumers. In Washington state, they are experiencing a record-breaking flooding. The governor has declared a state of emergency and predicts that 100,000 people could be facing evacuation orders as a result. A number of people have been rescued already. Floodwaters covered streets and closed businesses in several areas of western Washington. The Trump administration released some dramatic video of members of an elite U.S. Coast Guard unit rappelling from a helicopter to board and seize an oil tanker. Venezuelan officials are calling the seizure a serious international crime and vowing to defend its homeland. A senior military official and a source familiar with the matter say the U.S. is contemplating more operations like this one amid a U.S. military buildup at stopping drug trafficking. Erica Kirk, CEO of Turning Point USA, spoke with CBS News in a town hall about the murder of her husband, Charlie Kirk, and the release of his last book, Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life. Kirk talked about the rising political violence in America, the future of the right and faith. CBS News editor-in-chief Bari Weiss moderated the event, and you can watch it on Saturday at 8 p.m. here on WYOU and CBS. Mariah Carey's holiday classic, All I Want for Christmas Is You, is once again back at the top of the Billboard charts. It is the 19th time the Christmas hit has reached #1, tying a record. She is now tied with Shaboozey's A Bar Song and Lil Nas X's Old Town Road as the single with the most weeks at #1 during the chart's 67-year history. The song was first released back in 1994. We'll be right back, but first, your nightly lottery numbers. Good luck. News. All right, welcome back. We've got a live look at Las Vegas, Nevada there. 75 degrees. What a beautiful sunset, too.
Oh, it's absolutely a gorgeous sunset. Way warmer than here. I was even there this past summer, and it was 110 degrees. So,
that's a lot.
Oh, really hot, but we're on the complete opposite side of that here. We'll take a look at your 7-day forecast. Going to see a few of those lingering showers and squalls tonight, and then we're going to be a dry day tomorrow. And then Saturday, we can see a little bit of a snowier stretch as we get towards that nighttime into Sunday morning. Still hanging on cold, but then we're going to be dealing with some more drier weather and then a gradual warm up as we get toward the beginning of next week. And then we'll be warming up to near 40 degrees. Big, nice comparison to the mid-20s. So
yeah,
it's going to be way different.
Yeah,
I'll take it, right?
Me too, thanks. Hey, before we go, do you ever look at houses on Zillow? I do. I love to do this stuff. Well, here's a house that you really should see because every December, Santa Claus opens the doors to his cozy North Pole cabin on Zillow. This year, He's gone all out on decorating his off-market home. Guests can check out how Santa and the Misses live. And for fun, by tapping Stage This Space, visitors can choose a themed look and see the room transform, switching easily between the original photos and the newly styled versions. According to Zillow, Santa's 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,000 square foot home was built in 1822 on 25 acres, and it's worth well over $1 million. How pretty.
That's so pretty. I love that. Nice Christmas home.
Yeah, so I know what I'm doing tonight on Zillow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you back here at 11.
Looking at our radar, we have been seeing these snow showers and squalls moving in from our northwest, the southeast. These have been
No, it's I thought it says you're on. Try talking.
Hello?
Nope, you're not. Okay. Okay, try talking now.
What if I talk now?
Okay, there we go.
I can do my real mic check if you know what it is. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. That's been my issue. Hello. Hello all. Welcome to 2822 Sports Night. As always, presented by Hyundai. I'm feeling very festive on this Thursday. Evening. The snow is out. I was just driving through it. Slushy. I will admit, that black ice almost got me earlier today. Oh, you don't see it. You don't see it, and then all of a sudden, whoop! Luckily, I grabbed the car, so I was able to prevent a fall of any kind.
Yeah, it almost got me yesterday in my driveway.
Just like, were you doing like the little
car.
chop steps things, or were you trying to bolt to your car?
No, I think I was getting out of my car actually.
And you just didn't see it underneath, and you step out, and you start to get a little.
Yeah,
you mix around a little bit. It's scary.
Yeah, I gotta do the short, choppy steps.
You got it. You gotta be slow with it. It's the same way I was talking to someone the other day about how to properly drive when it's snowing out, and it's the same kind of thing. You gotta press when you're braking or you're accelerating on the gas, choppy. When you're trying to turn on a red light, don't press the gas because you're gonna go do some crazy eights.
Yeah, it's also never fun getting on the interstate by my house. Never fun. You do a lot of sliding, so you have to be
really.
Yes, you do a lot of. It's usually never clear, and then getting off is also probably just as bad depending on the weather. But we had some fun driving home last night.
Yeah, what on earth was happening? Seriously, we're on the highway. Ricky and I take the same route home since we're both heading up north. Obviously, I make the pit stop at Avoca where I live. Ricky continues his long journey to the good township of Scott. And we get onto the highway and we're cruising right before getting on that exit to Scranton. And it's just a backup. And there were just cars stopped. And usually apparently construction never ends. No. When are we stopping the construction projects? Because there's no end date.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're trying to add another lane there, it looks like, and they're trying to do some work on the bridge above. But
when's it going to be finished? 2052?
Yeah, feels like ever since I've worked here for the last 2 years, that has been under some kind of construction.
I've never seen in my lifetime living in PA for 2.5 years a highway with no construction on it. Everywhere I go. And then you got to just merge into one lane, and there's one exit this way, there's another exit that way, or you can keep going straight. But last night, it was just a standstill. There was no movement whatsoever. No. And then I get a text. We were stopped. That's why I looked at my phone just to make sure, hey, let me check the maps and see if there's a little red to understand nothing serious is going on. And I receive a text. I'm behind you. And I'm like, what do you mean behind me? And I was like, directly behind me? And you're like, yes.
Yep.
So immediately
both stopped.
Park, get out of the car, What's up? What's up, Ricky? Little highway adventure while we were all at a standstill.
Yeah, it was certainly. Yeah, it's usually, again, it's a little. I obviously have to go through slow, but there's some nights it's just closed. the one exit.
Then you gotta go.
Yeah,
you gotta go all the way
down, make a U-turn, and come back and get on.
And those back roads are scary because it's dark. Yeah. There's no lights or anything. Intimidating.
It's wild.
Let's get this situated. Who's in charge of the highways in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, the Department of Transportation, the PennDOT.
I'm tired of construction. Let's quit it. One lane's enough. It's been working for the last 3+ years. Guarantee you it's been going on for like 15 years.
Yeah, probably started before got there, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Again, the progress they're making on that, but it seems like it's...
What progress?
Seems like it's been a while.
I don't... It's crazy. It's like... And it's the same thing when I'm driving back to Connecticut to go visit family. And when it comes to geography and directions, I am Mr. Irrelevant when it comes to drafting people that understand geography and directions. You choose me last year, you let me go undrafted. There's the one highway that right before I get on to go east, they've been doing construction on there ever since I've lived here. And it's just nonstop. And it's constantly, the lanes are always switching too. So you're driving straight, and then all of a sudden the lane does a little whoop, and you just got to go and hope no cars free for all in it, and they don't see you, and then you wham into it.
Don't know about the lane shift coming up.
No. And I do want to say, this was a few weeks ago when we had our first snow. Also, let's figure it out, guys. Driving in snow, driving in normal roads, it's the same thing pretty much. Couple minor adjustments, but let's not forget how to drive, because that's what I'm noticing. We get some snow in the air, we get an inch or two.
Yeah, it's very.
No one remembers how to function a vehicle. I was that first snow day we had a few weeks ago in PA. I'm on my way to the gym, driving through Pittston. They got some steep roads. Look to my left. The car is going backwards down the hill. You're not supposed to press the gas, but I pressed the gas because I wasn't trying to get rammed into. But all I do is
car's going
downhill, backwards. I hope that person's okay.
Was it like a 2-lane?
It was just a normal, I was on a normal street, and it was one of those streets that I think is a 2-way street, but it's like a smaller one.
Oh, so they were just...
I hope they're all right. I hope they're all right. All I'm saying is it gave me a bit of a heart attack because I saw the car going backwards down the hill. Let's all work together here to figure out how to drive in the snow. It's tough. It's not easy.
Nope.
Get messy out there. Like I said, the scariest part is when you're trying to brake and your car doesn't want to brake and it starts doing the little thumping thing.
Yeah.
And then you're like, crap.
Yeah, then it just starts sliding. You sort of just have to go with the...
You just got to be calm.
Yeah.
You got to be confident on the road in the snow. It's all right. I just went driving a couple hours ago. It's all right out there. So we should be good.
Yeah, a lot better than yesterday.
A lot better than yesterday. You know who's having a tough week? The Steelers.
Yeah.
Health-wise. Steelers are really having a tough time. And now TJ Watt supposedly dealing with a lung issue. He is in the hospital still. And, DK Metcalf had to go spend time in the hospital after the Ravens game because he was feeling some sort of stomach issue. Yeah. He's been practicing this week, so I think he's all right and should be good for Monday against the Dolphins. But obviously... TJ Watt's health comes first as always. Hopefully he's all right. You mentioned the Tyrod Taylor situation to me. Hopefully it's not similar to that where he got an injection and he happened to puncture a lung. But if you're without TJ Watt on Monday, it definitely that changes a lot if you're the Steelers and Mike Tomlin when you go to scheming against that Dolphins offense. Not a scary Dolphins offense, but if Achan's healthy and Tua it's going to be 19 degrees. So we can look at the track record of Tua versus the cold, frigid weathers. Likely favors Pittsburgh, but still, I mean, that's a massive loss if you don't have TJ Watt on the football field.
Yeah, I think he's 1-7 when it's 46 degrees or colder. But yes, it certainly does change. Cold. It certainly does change the whole dynamic of this football game. Because again, you look at it, TJ Watt not living up to that maybe $40 million contract he was, valued at in the offseason, but still, again, one of the NFL's elite run defenders, still made a couple great plays coming down the line of scrimmage for some reason. See, what I don't get, some teams try to run away from him and leave him unblocked. He still usually comes downhill and
He's
ends
quick.
up making the play backside. Unless you have a dual threat quarterback, then obviously. But Lamar early in that game wasn't running the football, so TJ was just going straight downhill and tackling Derrick Henry down the line of scrimmage. He finished with 6 tackles in that game. But yeah, I mean, TJ Watt, obviously, he's the X factor of this defense. He still gets, I think, double their ship more than any end in the National Football League. And it allows players like Alex Highsmith, who's had some really good games when he's healthy. Had the game-winning sack last week. Had a streak there where he had 4 sacks in 2 games. Cam Hayward maybe not as productive, but he can still bat the ball at the line of scrimmage. And Nick Herbig is probably going to be the guy who has to step up. His play time has varied throughout the year, but you look at him, he's very productive when he does play a high number of snaps. He's probably, I'd say, their best. If we're judging off of pure talent as a pass rusher, he's probably their most talented pass rusher. But yeah, you're hoping the best for TJ Watt, but typically with lung injuries, there's not many, it's not like a knee where it could be a sprain, a fracture. There's very limited options
when
it comes to lungs.
It's not like a bone.
Yeah, no, it's an internal injury, and you sort of have to wait for it to heal. And I know they were waiting for some test results today because I guess it happened during treatment on Wednesday. They kept him overnight, and they were waiting for some test results. Alex Highsmith and people have spoken with him say he's of high spirits. I know the NFLPA has also been contacted, and they are involved now in this. So hopefully, again, it's not a Tyrod Taylor situation, because what happened with Tyrod Taylor is I think it was a ruptured lung, something along those lines, and he missed 4 weeks. And Pittsburgh
that takes you to the postseason.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh can't really afford that because they're already, right now maybe without Derek Harmon, their best interior run defender. And then TJ Watt is obviously, I think, their best edge run defender. And going up against a Dolphins team that is, over the last 4 weeks has run for at least 164 yards a game. You probably want your best run defenders healthy, and they're already dealing with injuries on the defensive side of the ball. Landon Roberts, one of the run-stuffing linebackers, dealing with the concussion. Patrick Queen was dealing with the hip injury, was in and out of last week's game against Baltimore. And then a couple players in there, Kyle Duggar dealing with the hand injury, but they're optimistic that some of those players will be ready to go for Monday night when it will be a nice, warm 20 degrees in Pittsburgh. So hopefully Tua brought those hand warmers.
I don't even know if that will do it at this point. He's probably tried that, and the results haven't been too pretty. Like Mike Tomlin said, we're not medical experts. None of us are.
You want to
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Was a little confused if you were Dr. Tomlin or Coach Tomlin.
I don't want to elaborate.
Shocker. No, obviously, if you're going to be without Watt. Now, Harmon, is he hurt this week? Or is he playing this week?
He's optimistic. He said he wants to play.
Because it'd be huge. If you don't have Watt for this game, it'd be huge to have Harmon back on the field.
Yes, Harmon, it seems like it was an injury to the same knee he missed the first two games of the regular season with. Mm-hmm. I think it is that same knee. It's just a different injury.
Okay.
But he seems optimistic. I don't think he practiced on Wednesday, but I think they're pretty optimistic, especially with the extra day, because Mike Tomlin, out of the graciousness of his heart, gave them Wednesday off because they were so battered and bruised, and now they're operating obviously a day behind. So today was basically their Wednesday. They'll probably go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then they'll release the injury report. But he's optimistic. It seems like he wants to be out there. He said he's growing impatient. He wants to be out there, and they're certainly missing. And Mike Tomlin, I think, touched on him earlier in the week. They touched about his impact, and he's like, he's a first-round pick. Of course we're gonna miss his impact on the field, and maybe his pass rushing stats have not been as good as people may have hoped, but when he's on the field and they're running the football, I think in the 7 games he's played, they've allowed 96 yards a game running the ball. In the 4 games he's missed, they've allowed. Or maybe the 9 games he's played, they've allowed. In the 4 games he's missed, they've allowed 196 yards on the ground.
Well, the thing with defensive players are, and if you're the average football fan, I don't think you pick that up, is you're not going to stuff the stat sheet and make, if you don't have huge eye-popping numbers on paper, that doesn't mean you're not making a huge impact. You can make a huge impact on the game regardless of your stats. So yes, maybe if a fan, hasn't watched the Steelers too much and, sees Derek Harmon on the field in a first-round pick, their first thought will be, oh, what has he done this year? Well, like you alluded to, he is a huge piece for that Steelers defense, and would be great to have him on the field. I am curious. I do wonder, and I need to look this up. Maybe I'll look it up during our break in a couple minutes, what the clinching scenario would be for the Steelers in regards to the AFC North. And I think a lot still needs to happen.
I think they're far away.
It's too early. Are they far away with it? Because you still have game advantage over Baltimore right now. When you have 1 game better record, they're 6-7, you're 7-6, and you already have that tiebreaker. So that's essentially another game right there.
And they have Cincinnati this week, and Joe Burrow's,
Joe Burrow's going through his stuff. But if they're healthy, which T. Higgins, why on earth was he on the field?
Yeah, I don't know.
There were multiple instances he hit his head. The guy still scored 2 touchdowns. But
he scored a touchdown after, I think, the reportedly.
He had a concussed touchdown and an unconcussed touchdown. But nonetheless, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, they've looked solid. The defense is atrocious.
Oh, yeah, they're off.
And the Bengals defense may be in a good spot because I don't know how good the Ravens offense really is either.
No, Lamar still looks very
banged up. He doesn't look healthy.
He does not look healthy, and he's dealt with a lot of lower body injuries this season.
I know he rested yesterday.
An ankle. And a reporter actually asked if he was watching practice while he's because he's had a lot of rest. He's like, yeah, he said, quote unquote, he's got eyes everywhere.
All right, so we better watch out for Lamar. Lamar, if you're watching this somewhere, you think he's watching us on the show?
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's got the 2822 Now app not down there in Baltimore.
Well, if he does, he has a chance to win $1,500 in grocery money.
Yes, he does.
I think that's the giveaway we're doing. I don't get the opportunity to
yes, because it's 12 days of streaming.
12 days of streaming. Lamar Jackson, if you're watching this.
So now we're on YouTube.
Trying to feed you that good food.
We're live streaming on Facebook and YouTube now.
Oh, so Lamar's definitely watching. He's got 6 sets of eyes on us now.
Yeah, he does.
Lamar Jackson. Good luck this weekend, sir. But anyway, what I was going to say was the Bengals beat the Ravens. The Steelers can beat the Dolphins. They're in a great position to win that division.
Yes, very much so, especially with 3 games left, and one of those being up against the Ravens. And the Ravens don't have an easy schedule. Because if you look at it, they still have the Patriots to play, and I believe they have the Patriots to play, and I know they still have the Steelers to play. I forget who that other game is. It might be Green Bay. If I had to guess, I think it is Green Bay because I think Baltimore is the 3rd toughest schedule left, and Pittsburgh has the 2nd easiest.
You are correct.
Yes. Okay.
A couple days after Christmas.
A couple days after Christmas. So yeah, you look at that Baltimore schedule. Yeah, look at Pittsburgh. They've got Miami this week. Theoretically, probably should win that. Then they've got a little bit of a tougher schedule, traveling to Detroit. Not optimal, but I don't think they're going to win that one. And then they travel to Cleveland, a place they have not won since Big Ben retired. So Aaron Rodgers will have a chance to get them out of that slump.
Let's get him back. How old is he?
40. Aaron?
No, Big Ben.
He's got to be around Phillips' age, 44.
I was going to say, clearly it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because Aaron. Yeah, no, he's got to be around 40. He's got to be around Phillips' age because they were both drafted in the same draft class.
That would have to be the oldest combined quarterback competition age ever. Roethlisberger versus Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it probably would be.
That's reaching 90.
Yeah.
90 years of life between those two men.
90 years of football experience. Oh.
For a 9-8 record and a trip to the first round against
That's right.
Buffalo or Houston or LA. You still want Houston? If you were to order those three teams, would you play in the wild card round? If you're the Steelers in Pittsburgh?
Yeah. See what the Chargers are inconsistent. It's got to be, for me, it's either the Chargers or Houston, because I would like the Chargers coming back to the East Coast.
100%. Oh, yeah.
And having to face Pittsburgh in cold weather.
Cold weather.
Because you can run the ball against the Chargers. You can run the ball. Pittsburgh ran the ball a little bit against them last time, but they did ultimately fall in that game because of some turnover issues with Aaron Rodgers and things of that nature. Their pass defense has actually been pretty good over the last couple weeks, but I don't know. I'm torn because I know that because I'm afraid of that freaking Texans.
Well,
pass rush.
I was gonna say I would, if I were to rank them. Yes, I want to play this team. To no, I don't want to play this team. I think I'd put the Chargers over the Texans because of how brutal that Houston defense is.
Yeah, and I don't think the Chargers have the pass rushing depth that the Houston does. And I get it, Justin Herbert, when he's on, he's good, but he gets beat up.
He has backups and third strings as his O-line.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. And if you're looking at Pittsburgh like that, Pittsburgh has a really, really good front seven. That's the strength of their defense. I mean, over the last couple of weeks, I feel like their secondary has stepped up a little bit with some new additions into the rotation and some new guys getting some play time, and Darius Slay gone and contemplating his future. But I might take the Chargers over the Texans just because of the fact that the inconsistencies of the Chargers and the fact that Herbert takes a lot of hits. And also, you can run on this defense, which is what Pittsburgh wants to do. And they're also, again, a West Coast team. I get it. The Texans are also a dome team coming back out east, but I think I'd rather that West Coast to East Coast time travel.
That makes a huge difference.
It does.
That makes a huge difference. And that Houston defense, too, from their defensive line to that secondary, they have watching what they did against Kansas City last Sunday night was unbelievable. I mean, they looked Patrick Mahomes, make him look silly.
Yeah.
What they did to that guy. All right, let's get a quick break in. Let's get to some basketball after this. We got to talk some winter sports. We've been doing a lot of foot. There's hoops to talk about. There's a lot of hoops to talk about. We'll be right back here on 2822 Sports Tonight. Back here on 28-22 Sports Night presented by Hyundai, 8 to 9, Monday through Thursday on the 28-22 Now app. Remember, if you download our app and, you scan the QR code and you can win some money, right? Who doesn't like free money? Keep those hands down. We all like free money, especially when you can buy food with it.
Yes.
What do you... Well, I was going to ask, what do you put on your grocery list when you go? But I imagine... You still have the advantage of...
I do. I do still have that advantage.
Hey, Mom, you mind grabbing some graham crackers while you're at the store? Thanks. Appreciate it. You have that... I don't have that luxury anymore, unfortunately. I wish I did.
Have you still been on the Sam's Club grind? Is that...
Ooh, it's been tough. It's been tough. Because the issue with the Sam's Club is... And I love it.
The bulk?
Yes. And you don't want to spend that much money and let it go to waste. And... At first, when you walk in, it's like, holy crap. It's intimidating, that store. And you walk in, and they've got those big sensors, and there's just TVs glaring at you when you first walk in. You know, I like to do the little dad thing where you walk up and down the aisle, and you just enjoy the TVs they've got, those 80-inchers. And you got the 99-cent hot dogs and ices in the corner, and the massive 20-foot Christmas inflatables that I am so tempted to get and just put it inside my apartment. But it's been tough. I've been more on the Wegmans grind. And growing up earlier in my life in Massachusetts, you got Wegmans everywhere. And in Syracuse, that's the big grocery store, Wegmans. And it's my comfort. My comfort going to Wegmans. I love a good meatball sub from there.
Yep. Yeah,
the meatball.
I should have. Yeah.
You always see it. You always see it back there.
Last night. Was it last night?
A couple nights ago, I grabbed a meatball sub, full foot long. Oh, delicious. Grab myself, and I like the little containers of fruit that I can munch on.
The cantaloupe.
The cantaloupe watermelon. You know me too well, Ricky. You've been around me too long at this point. And I like my protein bar, my protein shakes.
Yep. Also, the Chick-fil-A peppermint milk. What are we on?
So, for those that aren't familiar, myself and one of my close buddies from college, every single year when they would announce the peppermint shake and the first day it'd be available, like, we're there. And it was a good 25 minutes from Syracuse to go to the closest Chick-fil-A. But 50 minutes of driving there and back is worth it. There was one year, it was the second year we did it. We were having a movie night, me and my roommates, and I snuck out saying I had to go to the bathroom, and then I left. My friend picked me up in the car, like a drive-by, and I leave, and they're texting in our group chat like, "Yo, you good, bro? It's been like 20 minutes." We kind of walked into the house with peppermint shakes, and let's say they were not too fond of not asking. But like, it was our ritual. It was me and my buddy's ritual to have the shakes, the two of us. Anyways, now that we aren't living together anymore, he's in New York City, I'm here in Scranton, we have a competition of who can have more. I believe last I checked in with him a few days ago, he was up to 12, which we just hit a month that they've been around. A month and a day. November 10th they came out. I'm up to 10.
So
I've got some work to do before Christmas.
You do.
But like at the same time, I'm getting a text from him at 2 p.m. Peppermint shake. 7 hours later at 9 o'clock. Second peppermint shake of the day. I can't be ingesting two of those things in a day. That's awful for you. Now he's a skinny kid. He's 6'3". He's a skinny kid. So he can get his calories in.
Yeah.
But the sugar intake is what worries me a little bit. Let's tone it down a bit. I understand. Delicious treat. Worth your $6 every single time. But let's tone it down a bit. And, I'm telling myself that. And maybe you're out there doing a competition of Chick-fil-A.
I think I've had 2. I enjoy them.
When you see us on Monday, Ricky and I, he'll be up to 5. You will
be getting 5 from
on me. Yeah. On me. Peppermint shakes on me always.
Okay.
But yes, delicious stuff. But you know me too well with my meals.
Yeah.
Wegmans has been the go-to lately. But one day when you are on your own, Ricky, and you got to make that grocery list, I can't wait to see what's on your grocery list. And I'm memorizing it because you've been a great friend and you've memorized what's on my grocery list. 6 pounds of ground beef. You know the deal.
Yep.
Taco Tuesday is a 7-day event. And there's a lot in the Nick Zelaya apartment in Avoca.
Ketchup.
We don't have to go down that route. We don't have to go down that route. We've already had that discussion once with Connor, and he was not a fan of it. So we'll save the viewers.
Got it. Yes, that is true.
I want them to have their appetite. If they're sitting down and watching us right now and enjoying dinner, I don't want their appetite ruined by my tacos with ketchup.
That's fair. That's fair.
But you do hold me accountable, so I appreciate that, Ricky.
Yep. Anytime.
Anyways, basketball, NBA Cup. We're down to semifinals. Heartbroken.
Yep, you are.
Tough one for my Lakers last night, but that's besides the point because they're not in it. Magic versus Knicks, Thunder versus Spurs. We haven't really gotten into too much NBA this season. It's still early on in the year where some teams are still trying to figure out their rosters. And, you know, once you get to January and football's starting to slow down a little bit, that's when you figure out, all right, it's time to lock in on basketball a little bit and watch it. But I think there's one overarching storyline right now, and they're one of the 4 teams in this NBA Cup, and it is the Oklahoma City Thunder and their 24-1 record. I mean, I was talking to someone about it the other day. I understand the Thunder played the Jazz on Monday without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they still won by 30 points. The depth on that team is unreal. And the fun part about the Thunder is, yes, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the former MVP, he'll have his 30. But if he needs to have 20 points and maybe get 12 assists, he's okay doing that. He doesn't feel the need to go out and drop 30, 35 points every single night. And if he doesn't do that, he's upset or he's frustrated with the team. The culture, the chemistry on this team is unreal. And I mean, the last, obviously, their 24-1 start is the best since the Warriors ended up winning 73 games, and only 2 teams ever have started that well in their first 25 games. The Warriors finished 73-9. That's the most wins in a single season. But they might legit have a shot to break that. Just because of the fact that I don't know who on earth can beat. I mean, they're beating teams by 50 regularly. What they did last night to the Suns was unbelievable. Even if Devin Booker was playing for Phoenix,
I don't think that matters.
It wouldn't have made a difference whatsoever.
No. And they're just, I mean, they're just beating teams out of the water. And I think their starting lineup is one of the best lineups in NBA history right now, I think, in terms of net rating, because they're just blowing teams out. And when their starters are in, they're blowing teams off the charts, because right now their average point differential is plus 17. Oh. Like that is just unheard of. The next best in the Western Conference is Houston with plus 10. The Eastern Conference doesn't have a point differential above 8.6. Like, that just tells you just how dominant this team has been. And I think they do. They have a good shot at breaking this 73-9 record. And people look at it, again, Shai's going to be an MVP candidate, but you look at the rest of this roster, they don't have another, Steph, KD type player on this team. Mm-hmm. You look at it, it's just a roster of really good players, and they've got a really good culture. Chet Holmgren, second on this team in points with 18. And you look at it, this team has...
I think they have 8 guys averaging double figures.
I think, they have 7 guys averaging double figures. And Kaysen Wallace is usually in double figures. He's averaging 8.5 a game. Hartenstein's averaging 12. Isaiah Joe's averaging 13, basically. Aaron Wiggins is 13. AJ Mitchell, who just came along this year and has started 7 games, is averaging 14. Jalen Williams, who just got back in the lineup and played 6 games, he's averaging 17. And then you have Shai up top averaging 32, of course. But this team, I think, right now is on a collision course to at least the Western Conference Finals. With the way they keep playing the NBA Finals. The only thing that could really stop them, I think, at this point is injury. Mm-hmm. If they have an injury to, obviously Shai, Chet, Jalen Williams, any one of those top 3 guys, if they have an injury to them, then you may be like, okay, but this team is just beating teams out of the water. They are really, really good defensively. They have a lot of guards, feisty guards bought into defense. Lou Dort, Cason Wallace, Shea, obviously. And then you have Jalen Williams, who's more of their versatile, rangy defender. Chet Holmgren's a really good rim defender. You can get physical with him, and he can, I think, back down a little bit, but still, again, a really good player on the inside. I mean, there's just not, I don't think right now you can look at this team and say they have a clear-cut weakness or a clear-cut area where you can attack them.
Yeah, and you brought up a fantastic point about there isn't that second household superstar name on the team. The casual NBA fan, you just went through and listed all the guys averaging over 10 figures. You go on the street and ask someone, hey, what do you know about Isaiah Joe? What do you know about Aaron Wiggins? They're not going to be able to tell you crap. But those guys, they play their role on both sides of the basketball. Offensively, certain guys know, hey, I'm going to be a three-point shooter. I'm going to go wait in the corner. Shea will find me. Shea will find me in the corner. Defensively, they are just so long and lengthy, and they make it impossible to score.
We didn't even mention Alex Caruso. I just realized that.
Off the bench. He
doesn't even average double digits.
The anchor of that defense, and he's just an energy guy, but he could give you 15 or 20.
Oh, he can't.
If you're down a couple players, he could step in and score 15, 20 points. And that's the thing, is how deep they are as a team. And the scary part, you can thank the Clippers. The Clippers, who have the 4th worst record in the NBA right now, the Thunder have their pick.
They got another lottery.
Thanks to that SGA trade. And they have the Jazz pick, which if it's outside the top 8, goes to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Okay, Danny
so there's
you better. I know you don't like losing, Danny.
No.
But just stay in that 8 range, below 8.
So this team is that good, and they could possibly have 2 top 10 picks next year in an NBA draft that's slated to be one of the best classes in years. And mind you, they just extended SGA, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams. These guys are on contract for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, some of these players that they've gotten late, they draft well.
They
like
do.
AJ Mitchell, like obviously Chet was a top of the line pick. SGA was up there as well. Or SGA wasn't drafted; he was traded to them by the Clippers, and I'm sure they ultimately regret that trade as he was part of the Paul George trade. But AJ Mitchell, like all these guys that they're getting near the bottom, middle of the first, these guys aren't household names that were near the top of the lottery. No, they're just executing well in the draft. And that's an even bigger part, to be this great team. Sometimes you're going to be picking at the bottom of the lottery, and that's why people think first round picks in the NBA are a little bit more expendable if you're one of those top tier teams, and that's ultimately why the Clippers thought they would be in this range with the Paul George Kawhi Leonard duo, which ultimately ended up failing in part due to injuries, and they can never stay healthy. But this is a team that just drafts well, they develop well, and this is how you keep a dynasty going. And especially in the inflated NBA contract area, you need these guys to pan out. There's a little bit more pressure on these guys to pan out if you want to keep the longevity of this team going. And with the way salary cap has exploded in the NBA, and also the supermax, the max contracts with all these players, if a player makes an all-star team once, it really, really inflates how much they make. And who knows, it could be a fluke year, but they have just really, the players that they have drafted and the culture that they have bought into, I think make it so important and so much more impressive as to how this team is built and how they look to continue to be built in the future with a possibility at getting some really high lottery picks in the near future in a really loaded draft class coming up this year.
And it was rare last year when OKC won the title to retain practically the entire roster back.
Yeah, because
I think everyone
expensive.
came back. Because usually you lose guys, and you have free agents after a title year, and it's like, all right, I got my ring. Now it's time to go get my paycheck. But they brought everyone back, and they're going to come to a situation. I'd be actually curious to look at like what their cap situation would be for next year.
Because I think you have Cason Wallace maybe coming up for again, eventually you're going to have to, and that's what happens when you're a contender year in and year out. Eventually there comes a time
Lou Dort, Isaiah Hartenstein, Kenrich Williams, Cason Wallace, like you said, they're all on team options.
You have to imagine Cason Wallace is going to get some type of deal for probably a little bit more play time as well, if he's interested.
100%. But I mean, there's, and money's money. When you see, when a team offers you a $25 million a year deal, like, it's hard to turn that down.
Yeah,
it's hard to say no to
guy
that.
in your mid-20s, and
exactly, like you're in your prime. You want to take advantage of those days where you still got your young legs on you, and you're explosive, you're athletic before that age hits you. But at the same time, there's something about this team's chemistry and culture where I could see guys taking pay cuts and staying. And if they're winning, like if they go and win the title this year and it's not close, why not run it back for another couple of years? See how many in a row you can get with this core. Just because it's working so well. Like you said, there's no flaws. It's hard to find a flaw on this team.
It really
They
is.
shoot the ball well. And it was so funny. I was watching SportsCenter last night, and Scott Van Pelt had Kendrick Perkins on, and they were talking about after the Thunder beating the Suns by 49 last night. Perk made the comparison of SGA to Michael Jordan. He gave valid reasoning in regards to, the body frame is similar, a lengthy 6'6" guy, super efficient. SGA shoots 56% from the field. He's shooting 45% from three this year.
Really good mid-range. And
he's averaging over 30, which is he takes so many shots a game, but he's super efficient.
It was 11 of 15.
It's nuts. And again, like, he doesn't need to do that because of all the other scores he has around him. And if he's having an off night, that might be another why he's so efficient. If he's having an off night, he's not going to keep chucking it and trying to score. He's going to find other guys, and the other four are going to score for him on the floor. It's very remarkable. It's crazy to watch just how fluid their basketball games are, and for a small city like that to have success. I mean, you always see it in the LAs, the Boston, the New York, the Chicago. Those are the big cities that have these dynasties. But for the fact that little Oklahoma City is on the verge of breaking into this 2020s dynasty, it's really awesome to watch as a basketball fan.
It is, and I think this is where having a great front office comes in. Sam Presti's done a hell of a job.
Yeah.
I mean, like this guy, I don't think he had KD, Russ. Like that's why I said they draft well. I mean, James Harden, obviously, all those guys more top tier, high fledged prospects. But Serge Ibaka, Steven Adams, he put that together. That fell apart, and he retools, garners assets. Gets Paul George to come to the Thunder. Then they trade away Paul George to the Clippers, get more assets, bring in SGA. And ever since then, they've been building with them. And they got Jalen Williams and they get Chet Holmgren. And I mean, they've just gotten prospect after prospect, and the front office has done a great job. They haven't really overpaid. I mean, no one from front office is going to be perfect, but for the most part, they've gotten good deals. Sam Presti is always hunting for good deals, and that's why I'm hopeful for my Wizards because, Will Dawkins came from that same tree there in OKC, so I'm hoping, still praying that the Wizards can somehow garner their way into relevancy. But, I mean, I think that to be a successful team in a small market, you need to have a good front office and you need to have a good culture and a good message to send. Like, look at Indy. I know Indiana's had a tough year for sports with Tyrese Halliburton, but look at that team. I mean, you look at that team, very similar. No big name player. I mean, obviously, I have Halliburton, who's the lead guy, who's their double-double machine. Pascal Siakam, the rangy forward. They had Miles Turner, and they've just got a bunch of young guys, and Benedict Mathurin, Nembhard. Obviously, they've struggled this year, but Indiana, very similarly, having a good front office surrounding their young player with good assets and sensible contracts. But yeah, OKC is just on a different level, and a good front office and a front office that doesn't get big heads. They're usually the key to keeping this thing going and keeping everyone in check.
And the Thunder have done all that rebuilding within a decade.
Yes.
It's been a decade. there are NBA teams that in our lifetime haven't been relevant in 25 plus years. Jazz, the Grizzlies, the Wizards. I was gonna see if we maybe got past before saying that.
I fully realize.
But there's teams that haven't rebuilt. They haven't done anything relevant in 25 plus years. And the Thunder have gone from making the finals with one big three, realizing it didn't work. They all split up, and then proceeding to build a new big three surrounded by depth that has won a title and will probably win multiple more in the next several years.
Yeah, very much so. And it's gonna be interesting because again, injuries can happen, and unfortunately they do at the most inopportune times.
Of course.
But right now, I mean, they're looking to easily cruise to 70, easily 60, maybe 70, and beating that 73-9 mark that the Golden State Warriors had.
Yeah, again, I don't know who's going to beat them. And, this could be a discussion for another day, but you look at the big three on the Thunder that reached the finals. Obviously, the best player in that was Kevin Durant, and a lot of people consider Durant a top 15, top 20 player ever. I mean, SGA did get it done. And where would we rank him all time at this rate? So young still in his career. I mean, he's what, 27?
Yeah,
28?
He's still in his prime.
He's up there. I mean, by the end of his career, he's going to be up there.
If this team,
at this rate.
Yeah, at the rate he's going, he probably will be.
It's pretty nuts. It's pretty crazy stuff. All right, let's get another break in on 28-22 Sports Night. We'll be back and talk a little hoops and wrap things up with some football as well. So we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Back here on 28-22 Sports Night.
Sean Tucker with the touchdown.
Sean Tucker?
Yep, Sean Tucker touchdown.
The Orange. He will be very pleased with his performance tonight.
Yep, take a 6-7-0 lead against the Falcons.
Give credit to Sean Tucker.
He's carved a nice role.
He has, and with the injury, with Bucky Irving missing several weeks, and he stepped in as that number 2 running back in Tampa Bay, and he's produced. He's produced for a backup, and I think he could definitely find. He's stuck at that number 3 role right now, but he could definitely be a number 2 on many other teams, I think. He had a really good career at the Cuse and was always a fun guy to, watch play in person. And, he was the big physical type of back that could break free for a 60-yard touchdown. And then obviously he was very comedic on Twitter and always in a win, very pleased with his performance. If they lost, not pleased with his performance at all.
Then he's probably not pleased with the Bucs or his performance with the Bucs play recently.
Yes, no, he definitely probably wasn't pleased with what they did this weekend, losing to New Orleans.
Nope.
But 7-0 Buccaneers. Before we wrap up the basketball talk, I definitely do want to say I'm excited that I'm finally getting to get out and go see. I've seen a couple games already.
This is your
in the
favorite
area.
sport.
Man, I love this time of year. It's something fun about just shivering outside, walking to my car, lugging my camera equipment. But then you get inside a gym and it's such a small atmosphere and, fans pack the stands and just the sights and the sounds of basketball. It's so fun to experience. And, football, when it comes to importance of sports in NEPA, football is there. Every other sport is down here and it's not close. But basketball has its fan base, I've learned. And, people love the sport around here. They love the coverage we do. And, it's cool to see how passionate people are for basketball. And I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to go see the game I'm going to tomorrow at Wilkes-Barre area against Riverside. That's a game that I am really looking for. And it's one that I'm staying the whole time, too. I was like, I need to watch this game in the full 32 minutes.
Yeah, and one of those reasons why is the Nico Antonacci.
Future Orange?
Could be. Got an offer there. I think he got an offer from Temple
Anyone from Riverside.
What?
Syracuse handing out their offers to Riverside. I like that.
Yes.
Let's turn those Vikings into Orange, men.
Braden Rose getting an offer from the Orange as well. But yeah, I mean, you look at the numbers Antonacci's put up. What is it? He's averaging 44 points through his first, 4 games of the year?
I haven't had a chance to. I didn't get to see him in person at all last year. I saw highlights just from doing them on TV, but I haven't had a chance to see it in person. And from what I've heard, it's cool to see a guy at that level and that talent when I'm not taking away the talent of anyone else in the area, but when you're exponentially above everyone else and you just stand out like that, as a basketball junkie, like, it's just going to be so enjoyable for me to watch tomorrow. Like, I got to remember to film for my show tomorrow night. Like, just because you really admire the work ethic that goes into that sport. And, it's definitely going to be really, really cool to see. And I always tell people he doesn't look like he's 6'3" in his highlights.
No,
because he's a skinnier kid, Nico, but he doesn't look like he's 6'3". And if I have a chance to interview him tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, damn.
Well, you were talking to Tavion Branch and
he's
talking a little bit about Nico, and
he was saying he shot him up in the summer, and
yeah.
he was like, "Holy crap, he grew! He had a big growth spurt." Yeah. So excited for that game tomorrow because that's two of the, Wilkes-Barre area too.
Wilkes-Barre area.
They're a heck of a team.
A pack.
They're a really, really good team.
I know you were high on them in the football season. Now you're.
You know what? They ended up making states.
They did.
That's the positive out of it.
Yes, they did.
It ended up going well for Coach Cinti, who's also a beloved Syracuse fan.
See, yeah, he talks some Syracuse with you.
The Orange. We all love the Orange, right?
And he could be looking at a future, or if he's at the game, he could be looking at a future.
Hopefully I run into him.
2 future Orange players.
Hopefully I run into. No, actually, if I run into him, I'll probably get talking and forget to film the game.
He will. He's a talker. He likes talking to you.
That is what I like. I prefer that for our occupation. It's nice when you're a talker. It makes it easier for me and for you when we're doing interviews.
Yes, very like Steve Jervis.
Oh,
I
got to check in on Coach and how he's doing. That was a tough ending.
Yeah.
That game, there was like 1,000 points scored in that game against. God, we cover so many teams and
Lansdale Catholic.
Games.
Or wait,
no, they were double A because they beat your guys. They beat your boys. Some team Charter, something Charter. It was something Charter they lost to. Belmont. Yes, Belmont Charter. They lost to. It was a high scoring game, but
And that was the game. Yeah, a guy didn't.
Isaac didn't play
Isaac
until
came
late in the second quarter. He came in
trying to preserve him.
Yeah, I mean it's fun that it's basketball season, and I'm my goal from now until early January is to get to as many different games as possible and as many different teams. So that I can talk with the coaches, talk with the players, and just get an idea. I was telling you, I wish I could have a day where I'm just watching for 6 different games for 10 hours. That could be my shift at work. Just let me watch basketball and pick up how these teams play, their different styles, their pace, who are the guys to watch out for. I could sit there and watch all that. That's what happens in February when it comes to college basketball season. On Saturdays, noon to the USC versus UCLA game kipping off at 10:30 at night. I am sitting there all day, not moving from my couch.
Yeah, and there's
Give it to me.
A lot of talented teams in this area, too.
Oh, absolutely.
I mentioned Riverside, I mentioned Wilkes-Barre area.
Holy Cross is very talented. Old Forge has a good team as well.
Yes, Old Forge and Single A. They're going to be fun to watch out there. And then you look at on the girls' side, Hazleton.
I got to go see Coach Gavio.
Gavio.
I got to go see my man.
Losac Township.
They're
trying to run it back as well. Crestwood, Joe Garrison. Joe Garrison texted you.
I got a text an hour ago. Crestwood girls are loaded again. You heard it from the source, the alum himself. So there we go.
Joe Garrison, I mean, it's going to be a fun basketball season.
No doubt.
Especially, we got those posters up on the wall. Then we have the trip to the Mohegan for the state, or not the division playoffs.
Yep.
When they come around. It gets a lot of fun during that time.
Let's start the fast break.
Fast break Friday.
Fast break Friday, baby. Tomorrow. Let's do it. Let's not tell anyone.
Got him.
Management can turn on the TV at 11:05.
One block.
Fast break Friday.
You'll make the logo.
Eyes be popping out.
We're getting phone call after the heck is this?
What is this fast break Friday stuff? I just want to hear Josh Odell in his plaid shirt and gold tie.
That didn't go over well.
No, people weren't a fan of Josh's plaid shirt and gold tie. I thought it looked wonderful.
Yeah, I thought
it was because we were filming our Twas, which, by the way, we got pranked.
You did.
People prank the weather guy and sports guy every single night.
I heard he had like 10 takes.
Yep, apparently we didn't have IFBs in. So we didn't hear the director and everyone else upstairs laughing their asses off because they would just keep going one more time. Well,
now you know.
Nose like a cherry.
Yep, nose like a... You got that line
memorized
now.
What line do you have? Do you remember? Did you film yet? Who are you filming with?
I filmed in here. I filmed in there, right where you're sitting.
Look at that.
With some of the festive logos that our graphics department got.
Did you film alone? Or did you film
Yes, I filmed alone. I was in the chair you were at right there.
Nice. Who filmed it for you?
Well, they went off that camera. I think Kelly came in here.
Oh, nice.
Got everything set up.
All right. I think we got to go. We got to go commercial break and then end of the show. The time management's a little rough tonight.
I was a little rough yesterday, but yeah, we got to go.
You're good. Thanks for being with us all week. We'll be with you again next week. I'll have more on that Wilkes-Barre Riverside game. Pumped to see that. It's going to be fantastic basketball.
Elena and then Joe will also be at games as well.
Tomorrow. We're going to be covering it tomorroh. Well, that's on the Fast Break Friday.
That snowstorm really, I think you were supposed to go yesterday, but that snowstorm canceled everything.
I blame Josh Odell. He's taken away basketball from me.
Where are you going? Pocono Mountain East?
I was gonna go to Pocono Mountain East at Delaware Valley because those were two teams that are playing really good up to this point. I heard they were pretty solid. But tomorrow's the day, Fast Break Friday, presented by who am I giving a free sponsor to?
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Fast Break Friday presented by the 10-time peppermint Chick-fil-A shake. Don't have that many, please, for the sake of your heart and your health. I'm a bad influence when it comes to that. All right. We got to go, right?
Yep.
Thanks for being with us. We'll see you next week for more 28-22 Sports Night.
goodness. I feel like within myself, I just learned even more of just being confident in myself, being confident that I can approach different tasks and be able to complete them, being able to be amendable in that sense where you have to be able to bounce around from different pilot to pilot and learn their ways, everything like that. So I feel like more in myself, I was able to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. So for myself, I'm proud to do that. I'm proud to even put myself out there and even learning different things and expecting myself to like be the best at learning that.
Welcome in. I'm Justin Cernci on this journey to Italy, joined by Jasmine Jones here, USA bobsledder, push athlete, and we'll start right off the bat, possibly the best push athlete, at least the last push championships for Team USA. You had the fastest start time. What does that mean to be heading into possible Olympic year and to put down a performance like that with your push being so strong and fast?
It definitely laid the foundation that I needed to show to my coaches, show to the pilots that I'm a top tier athlete, and I'm able to bring that same mentality into the races as well going into the games.
That momentum, I mean, in December, the World Cup, yourself and Keisha Love, you were able to get bronze at the World Cup. And what did that mean at a world competition, all your hard work to pay off with your teammate Keisha?
That particular place in Segolda meant the most because the season before we ended up crashing in that same race. So it was very tense, it was very emotional, and going across that line and finishing third, it definitely felt we were able to overcome those obstacles that we went through previously, and to having that type of achievement was insane. It was emotional. I was crying, but it just showed how much effort and work that we put into to get to that point.
Yeah, you've got a fun personality. I think anyone that's followed you on social, you've got an excitement about you. I think the saying on there, you don't expect to survive but thrive, right? What does that mean for you?
So in order to survive, you need to overcome any barriers that you're going through. You need to go through that uncomfortable place in order to thrive. And I feel like, especially in this sport, you have to go the extra mile of recovery, working out, even eating and everything. So in order to survive in this sport, you need to make sure you're doing the little things to end up thriving.
For you, I mean, you had such a successful track career at Eastern Michigan, 2018 indoor track athlete of the year. Just laying that foundation. Was the bobsledding or Winter Olympics even on your radar? I mean, what was the sport where you most likely thought, I could be an Olympian here?
I really wanted to continue in track and field. I was looking into trying to sign into like an agent, try to go pro whenever I can, and I got approached through different emails with Alana Myers and a previous coach. And it was just different. I thought it was fake. I thought it was like spam or anything like that, but it definitely pointed me towards a different opportunity to where, let me just try this out, see how far even my athleticism can go into a different sport I had no idea about. And going into the rookie push champs back then, I got third, and it just showed like I can actually do something like this.
What did you learn from yourself? I mean, a lot of people with sports, you've been working since you were a kid, you had this dream, and you can see somebody and they're great, and like, oh, well, they've been visualizing that for so long. You have not been visualizing yourself as a bobsledder for that long. I mean, what did you learn about yourself and taking on a whole new sport?
Oh my goodness. I feel like within myself, I just learned even more of just being confident in myself, being confident that I can approach different tasks and be able to complete them, being able to be amendable in that sense where you have to be able to bounce around from different pilot to pilot and learn their ways, everything like that. So I feel like more in myself, I was able to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. So for myself, I'm proud to do that. I'm proud to even put myself out there and even learning different things and expecting myself to like be the best at learning that.
Yeah, you've definitely, I'm sure that your story surprised a lot of people, going from being a great trackster and a summer sport to something with ice and snow. But another thing about you, the Air Force. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
But how did you get led to that, and how has that maybe impacted your drive here to be one of the best bobsledders?
So with this sport, it definitely comes with a lot of funds and money that I didn't have, and I was currently working and it wasn't enough. I'm also a single parent on the side, so trying to juggle everything and train, it was just too much, and I always had hopes into joining WCAP for that, and I was able to apply, get accepted, and then soar in back in 2023. So since doing that, I felt like the trajectory of everything definitely changed. I was able to focus more on my training, focus more on like my off season in order to put myself in like the best standing that I can be in this this coming Olympic year.
Yeah, so what kind of role with the Air Force do you partake in? I mean, what's the kind of like the description of your participation with the Air Force?
So I'm a WCAP, so that means a world-class athlete program. Right. So I signed a contract where they allow me to focus on my sport for about 3 years, and then the next 3 years I just give my time back, which is perfectly fine with me. I want to be able to make a career after the sport is done.
Yeah. Being in that bobsled, what is it like? Someone, I mean, that's always been fit and training and getting ready for track and field. It's not like you can't handle different impacts on your body, but is it like anything that you can compare to the first couple times when you were in there, and now that you're going down with all the G forces and the turns?
Ooh, starting off, it's just, I don't know, I feel like it's always an adrenaline rush no matter what. You always have those nerves, but when you continuously to keep doing it, and then those nerves kind of calm down a little bit, and you continue to tell yourself, like, I can do something like this no matter whatever happens in that race. So it's definitely an experience where you're just down, my eyes are closed, and I'm just along for the ride until it's time for me to pull the brakes.
Yeah, what makes a good, from your perspective, a good pusher? Someone that a lot of people may not know the terms and the pilot and the brakeman, but for your position, being a brakeman, what makes a good and a brakeman that the pilot can be confident in?
I would say one that can be dependable. We do a lot of different tasks where the pilots are busy, they're focusing on the tracks. So it's up to the brakeman to make sure that, runners are on, everything's secured, there's no loose bolts or anything like that. And I would say as well as like being expected to have your speed, to be fast, be strong, because those are the main qualities that brakemen need to have in order to push fast with the pilot. So I always say we're the engine to get it started in a sense, and to be able to have those qualities can definitely lead to like rewards in that end.
Talked about as your position, your eyes are closed, your head is down. What is that like coming off of that big crash that you had? You were able to get bronze the next year at the World Cup, but the mentality and the attitude to have after a crash, like what does that feel like?
Going through a crash, it's definitely a roller coaster of emotions because you just never know what can happen. It can happen to anybody. It can happen to a development, rookie pilot, veteran pilot, and just going through that and just making sure that yourself is okay. You're understanding like, right now a crash is happening. Make sure you're staying in the sled. That's the safest place to be. And then making sure like your head's tucked in and just protecting your body. And then when it comes to an end, make sure your pilot's okay. So it's just a roller coaster of emotion of just like adrenaline and everything's heightened, and then whenever that's done, and then it can get somewhat sad in a sense because you have so much expectation of competing and wanting to finish across the line and wanting to finish at a higher pace. So coming back from that and not crashing in that next season, it just showed like it's possible in that sense.
Yeah, we talked with Alana Myers-Taylor about the impact becoming a mother had on her, the new drive, but also she felt like she needed to make sure she strived to be great because she didn't want people pointing fingers. They see this is why female athletes should wait longer. This is why all the naysayers. She felt that she had a burden on her to perform well because she was hearing what people would say. For you being a mother and succeeding, what has that been like, and how have you tried to maybe use that as motivation?
Still to this day, it's crazy that I have a child and competing. But definitely to me, I just want to show my daughter Jade that it's possible. Because even before the last quad where I was trying for 22 and then coming back postpartum, it was really hard for my body to get back into that. But I want to be able to show to different people that in sports where if you do get pregnant and have a child, that shouldn't stop your athletic career. I would say for you to like keep going, because you never know how much better your potential can be after the fact. So I'm just thankful to even have Alana to show me that road and know that it is possible. I shouldn't have to stop being at least me, even though becoming a mom, that I can have the best of both worlds.
Team USA, just from chatting with a few of them already, just strong, tight-knit group, and also strong female athletes. This is going to be, what they're saying is the most, I guess, gender neutral level playing field for the events and the medals that are given out in Winter Olympic history with men and women, because so many more added events have included women, whether it's mixed doubles or female sports. What does that mean as a female athlete, where, I mean, we've seen over the years, whether it's the NCAA basketball tournament, the resources that are so different, right? Where the Olympics are trying to make an effort to create an equality there for men and female athletes.
It just shows the opportunity that we can get to keep striving for, higher goals. It really means the most of like women to see how far we can go, as well as like the men, and how many accolades they can get, whereas women can do just the same. So have an opportunity for this coming Olympics to have like monobob, to have different pilots in that, as well as like the 2 women, and the amount of women on the team. It just shows that we're just as capable as the men. So it's exciting to see.
Yeah, this could be your first Olympic journey here in Italy. What would it mean to be wearing that red, white, and blue, whether it's on the podium or just in Italy, going down with whichever pilot you're with, your teammate that you end up having, but representing your country at the highest stage in the sport you now love?
It's insane, because I feel like whenever I get to that point, and especially God willing, that everything that I went through is worth it. All like the emotions, all of like the struggles I've been through, everything point me in that direction to get to that place. So it's really going to be like a dream come true in a sense, because that's what I always wanted, even as a child, just some type of Olympics. Back then it was summer, and now we're looking towards the winter now.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we wish you nothing but the best of luck. You got a lot of momentum on your side with the accomplishments, and good luck. It's Jasmine Jones on the journey to Italy, looking to represent Team USA, but also lives it with the U.S. Air Force as well. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you so much.
Then candidate President Trump was campaigning in Butler County. The assassination attempt happened. What was your role and where were you when all of that went down?
I was actually at my brother's house, and in the next 45 minutes, I was getting on a helicopter.
Tell me about your role during the Eric Frein manhunt.
One of the worst days of my career. Close to 1,100 people looking for Eric Frein in the wilderness of northeastern Pennsylvania.
Here we go, buddy. It's the Ryan Leckie Show.
Welcome back to another episode of the Ryan Leckie Show. Today's guest, this is somebody we've been trying to book for months. We got him in the hot seat today. Super pumped for this because this is your first podcast, right?
Yes, never done a podcast before. Looking forward to it.
All right, the one and only, the head of Pennsylvania State Police, the Commissioner, Colonel Chris Perez. We have a lot to cover. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right.
Happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
So as sort of the commissioner, before we start talking about how you got into this role, I kind of just want to simplify. As the commissioner, you're sort of the CEO of Pennsylvania State Police. Walk me through what your job is. If I looked it up on Indeed, what does it all entail?
Sure. So the Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner serves as a cabinet post member in the Shapiro cabinet, in the governor's cabinet. So you're nominated by the governor as the state police commissioner, and then you're confirmed by the state senate. And then the rank within the organization is colonel, and you're responsible for the day-to-day operations of, depending on how you scale it, the 9th or 10th largest police agency in the United States out of approximately 18,000 agencies. So anything that can happen across the 45,000 square miles of Pennsylvania. Obviously, uniformed law enforcement is our backbone, but also the criminal investigative function and the investigative analytical function, forensics, major case teams, aviation, mounted unit, bomb squad. I think there are about 26 different job classifications that someone at the rank of trooper can hold. So we're a full-service police agency, and if you live in Pennsylvania, if you live in about 82% of the 45,000-mile landmass that does not have its primary local police, municipal partner, you call 911 and you get the Pennsylvania State Police.
Yeah. So we have a lot to dive into, especially, I think, we just wanted to cover, your job, right? Because you hear the word commissioner. What did that mean to you, though, when you were appointed by Governor Shapiro? I imagine you have a great relationship with him.
So it was a tremendous honor, professional honor of my life to hold this job. Never really saw it. My career, in many ways, has been surreal, and this would probably be the capstone in terms of that surreal journey for a kid from northeastern Pennsylvania. But I'm humbled to be here. I really take great motivation from the work that our women and men do every day. It's important work, and they do it well, and I couldn't be prouder of them.
All right, and we're going to be diving into, I have so many questions related to crime-fighting tools, sort of things people don't know about state police. Recruitment is so huge for you guys. We'll be diving into that. But I think overall, you oversee how many people total, because it's a mix of state troopers and civilians who fall under the Pennsylvania State Police umbrella.
Correct. So the enlisted complement is 4,841. We obviously fluctuate with retirements and some vacancies there, and then there's about another 1,600 to 1,700 civilian positions. So it's over 6,000, call it low 6,000, 6,400 people. The civilian component of the agency is also very important. Our civilians do phenomenal work right alongside our enlisted.
All right, so let's unpack before you became Colonel Chris Perez.
Sure.
Tell me about your journey rising through the ranks, how you fell in love with law enforcement, and what's really cool, Scranton's the center of the universe, right? You were born and raised in Scranton.
Yes. Born and raised in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Never really saw myself in law enforcement. I had an uncle who was a trooper growing up, so I saw him mostly coming to family holidays late because he would be working. He would stop in and eat a reheated plate of food that my aunt had set aside for him. We now have, my sister is also in law enforcement. She's an FBI agent. She came on the job after I did. But we have a pretty good tradition. We have a cousin that's retired now from the Drug Enforcement Agency. He was a special agent and a pilot in their air wing. And then I have another cousin who's a municipal officer, born and raised in northeastern Pennsylvania, Carbondale, but has worked his entire near 30-year career in Lower Merion Police Department outside of Philadelphia. So a proud family tradition now in law enforcement, and always supported the police, thought highly of the work that they did. And it was kind of in that period that we all go through where you're searching to figure out what you would like to do with your life that I decided I wanted to be a trooper, and it's been a very rewarding career.
And West Scranton was home initially, right?
Correct. Born and raised in Trips Park first, and then on the West Mountain.
And you still call Dunmore home?
Correct. Well, I was out of the area from 1998 until 2012, and when I transferred back here with my family, we bought a house in Dunmore, so we're pleased to call Dunmore our home, though I know I'm not a native Dunmorean, so I'm privileged that they let me buy a house in Dunmore. I try to keep my yard clean and take my trash cans in after trash day. I'm very, very happy to be allowed to live in Dunmore.
Yeah, so let's talk about you rising through the ranks of Pennsylvania State Police. You know, before we met today, I was talking to some other state troopers trying to get the tea, people who've worked with you, right? And I think what's impressed a lot of people, you've been from the ground up, right? Somebody who just didn't slide into some administration role. Tell me about your journey. Like, where did you actually start with state police and some of the different departments you worked in?
So the trajectory basically was that I was a 1998 graduate of the University of Scranton, and I thought I wanted to go to law school and be a lawyer. So I went to Temple University Law School for a year, the school year of 1998-99, and at some point in my undergraduate, I actually took the state police written test. And pretty much by the fall of my first year of law school, I discerned that there wasn't really anything that kind of had lit my fire. And law school is not an enjoyable experience, obviously, but by kind of Christmas, I decided that I wanted to do the state police. So thankfully, from the time I was an undergrad, when I took the written test, or they said, show up and take the PT test, show up and take the medical or psychological exam, I had kept up with the process. So my date of enlistment in the PSP is actually May 17th, 1999, and that's a Monday. I finished my last first year law school exam on the prior Friday, which would have been May 14th. And then I went to Hershey, and I volunteered to become a trooper right before you graduate. The troopers who are already in the field, not the cadets that are graduating, get to pick if they want to transfer somewhere based on seniority and based on the vacancies. So we try to let our cadets pick based on what's left after the incumbents get their preference. So I volunteered to go to Troop K Philadelphia, and my goal was to go back and finish my law degree at night at Temple. So they sent me to Troop K Skippack, which is in Montgomery County, and I was there from 1999 until 2002, and then I transferred to Troop K Belmont, which was
was it a patrol job?
First job was a patrol job. Second job was a community services, public information job. So a lot of challenges there in terms of the fourth largest media market in the United States. So I transferred to Troop K Belmont. Those are skills that I think have served me well later in my career. So I was at Belmont the first time from 2002 until 2005. During that period, I finished my law degree in 2004, sat for the Pennsylvania and the New Jersey bar in 2005, passed both of them, became fully admitted in the Pennsylvania bar. And then in 2005, I became an instructor at our academy in Hershey. I was there from 2005 until 2009. In that period of time, I had been promoted to corporal and sergeant. In 2009, I was a sergeant and had many people who were good mentors, said about rounding myself out operationally. So I transferred back to Philadelphia as a sergeant, Troop K. So I did a second tour at Troop K Philadelphia 2009-10. I was promoted to lieutenant in 2010, went to departmental headquarters for the first time. Was there until 2012, and then transferred back up to Troop R Dunmore.
Your memory's really good, by the way.
So
I'm thinking, I'd be like, wait, what year did I do this job? And
was in Dunmore for a year.
Yeah.
2012 to 13, and then the station command came open out at Blooming Grove, and I was a station commander at Blooming Grove from 2013 to 15. Came back to Dunmore, was promoted to the troop commander 15 to 18, and then in 2018 was promoted to major. Went down to Harrisburg again. At our Bureau of Integrity and Professional Standards, our Internal Affairs and our Systems Process Review Bureau. Was there from 2019 until 20. In 2020, I was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, so I went to departmental headquarters again for the second time, served 2020 to 2022 in the Deputy Commissioner role, and then reverted back to the rank of Major for 2022 calendar year, and then the election was in 2022, and Governor Shapiro selected me in January of 2023, and I've served as the commissioner back in Harrisburg since then.
You mentioned obviously finishing your law degree
Sure.
while you were working as a state trooper. What made you say, I got to do this? I got to get, because.
So several things. I mean, education was always very valued and emphasized in my family. I had a lot of family support and a lot of family direction, I would say, to do that. And, when I looked at it from the standpoint that I had borrowed some money to get my first year over with, and really that money would have been wasted had I not continued on. No one really gives you any credit on a resume or in a job interview or anything like that for having 1 year of a 3-year degree that you need. So I made the commitment to go back. I have a lot of respect for people in all walks of life, particularly our people in PSP who go back to school and seek higher education and try to finish degrees or earn a degree, and we try to support that as much as we can.
Let's talk about, I guess, what went through your head. I mean, knowing, you worked all these different positions, you're in Philly, you're here, you're there. When the call came from the governor, right? I mean, that's a huge responsibility to be the commissioner and, the CEO over a $1.8 billion with the B dollar budget. I don't know a lot of CEOs in the country that oversee that kind of budget. Like, where was your headspace when that call came?
So obviously very flattered and apprehensive from the standpoint that you want to do well. But really, I could say I've been the beneficiary of, again, I mentioned that mentorship. I've always had really good bosses in PSP. And very early in my career, several of them said, don't be afraid of a challenge. Don't be afraid of doing a difficult job. Don't be afraid of doing a job where the metrics for failure are kind of grave. Worry about doing the good work and worry about challenging yourself. So really, the times that I've taken a ride, and that's the internal state police term, to take promotion, a lot of people make a decision that they're happy where they are and they find a specialized position and this is what they want to do, and they have a very fulfilling career. But in order to make rank or take on additional roles, many times it involves taking a ride. And you could be someone from northeastern Pennsylvania who has to go to Pittsburgh. You could be somebody from Philadelphia who has to go to Erie. And really, I would say that was the ultimate call where I had discussed it with my wife and our boys. We knew it was going to be a huge sacrifice. And when the call came, as unexpected as it was and as flattering as it was, I think it was the right decision, hopefully. And it was another challenge that we as a family decided to take on.
So when people hear $1.8 billion budget that you're overseeing, what is all that money used for? I'm sure people would wonder, like, wow, why so much for PSP?
So like all organizations, our biggest expenditure is personnel. So when you really kind of carve the zeros off, not in any way to be flippant about the budget, but 83 to 86% of that number is spent on salaries and benefits. So what we spend an inordinate amount of time and try to be strategic and try to be good stewards with Commonwealth dollars and still develop and deliver the best service we can as we concentrate on that remaining percentage, that 15 to 17%, where we have some big ticket items. Aside from Philadelphia Police, there's not another aviation wing in the Commonwealth. So, if you need a helicopter or you need a fixed wing aircraft, generally the state police tries to provide that to you. Those are big ticket items, for example, and you try to be strategic about the maintenance on them and the intervals for replacement on them. You look at other things like some of the more heavy-duty tactical vehicles that we need, or tactical equipment, in many areas that don't have a regional SWAT team or an agency SWAT team. Special Emergency Response Team is the PSP team that would respond for those high-risk situations. And you try to be strategic about the equipment that we're buying, the training that we're giving, and we really try to do that in all facets. You could take that to forensics and the crime labs that we operate across the Commonwealth. You could take that to our training academy. We're building a brand new training academy. We're very excited about that, very excited about being able to get a shovel in the ground. It's been a more than a decade process.
Is that also in Hershey?
That's in Hershey, yes, right across from Hershey Park. So it's going to be north of a $400 million world-class training facility. It's very impressive to see now taking shape as that steel takes shape and rises up out of the ground, and we think that it's going to position the agency to continue our legacy. This May 2nd, the state police will be 120 years old. We're the oldest state police agency in the United States, and it's a legacy that we have to bear every day. We have to come to work and try to do the good things and try to work hard every day. That's how we got to be who the state police is and what the state police is, and I really feel that in terms of the pressure of legacy. I look at the people who have come before us, and we want to make sure we're doing the right things.
So make sure I have my dates right. 1905 is when Pennsylvania State Police
Correct.
started?
May 2nd, 1905. So this May 2nd, it'll be 120 years old.
And it started because of the coal strikes?
Correct.
Is that right? Can you give me a little history?
Sure. So if you're familiar with the a direct relation up here to northeastern Pennsylvania, unrest in the coal fields. Governor Samuel Pennypacker was the governor of the Commonwealth. Aside from turning out the National Guard, he really didn't have a means to deal with the labor unrest. So the great anthracite coal strike, which happened prior to 1905, 1903, I believe, really led to the formation of the Pennsylvania State Police. And our first commissioner was Captain John Groom, a Philadelphian, a member of the 1st Philadelphia Cavalry Troop, which is the oldest, I believe, continually serving military unit in the United States, predates the Revolution. He made a study across Europe, and he found that the conditions in Northern Ireland most closely mimicked the situation in the rural coal fields of Pennsylvania. And he formulated the state police, 226 men on horseback, 4 troops across the Commonwealth, and that's the beginning of our legacy. And very early on, if you're familiar, when that period of time in labor unrest and organized labor trying to organize or become organized labor, a lot of political unrest. And I oftentimes, in tumultuous situations, like to think that, the state police was born out of that crisis period. And, we're an agency that functions in crises. That's what we do.
So you mentioned this new facility in Hershey that's coming to train, the next generation of Pennsylvania State Troopers. Talk about recruitment, some of the challenges you all are facing. I mean, there's still across the country, right? I think there's dialogue of, mistrusting the police, and maybe not as many people are going into law enforcement. How are you navigating that?
Sure. I think I'm not aware of an agency across the United States that isn't in the same situation. In terms of PSP, when I took the test in 1997, I think there were around 13,000 people who took the test. When this administration came in from January of 23 until June, I think we had around 800 take the test. Now, you can look at that and you could say, this isn't how it was in my day, but we've tried to be innovative and think outside the box. So our decision to remove, ultimately my decision to remove with the approval of the governor, the college requirement has allowed us, I think, to open up the Pennsylvania State Police to those that might not have had the ability or the means, certainly the academic ability, but the ability in terms of life, in their life trajectory to get those 60 college credits. And the most recent cadet class that graduated in December of this past year, 2024, about 45% of the troopers that walked across the stage would not have been there if we had not removed that college requirement. Now, to my earlier discussion about valuing education, we have partnerships with Commonwealth University, and we just recently entered into a collaboration with the University of Maryland World Campus, where Commonwealth University will give 24 credits for attending our academy. University of Maryland World Campus will give 60. So we're trying to offer off-ramps for our people who may have not had the opportunity to earn a degree. They become a trooper, and then, as I said, I have a great deal of respect. They choose an opportunity to go back to school and earn a degree while they're working. We are big proponents of education. We have collaborations with, we send people to the FBI National Academy as well as the Northwestern School of Police Command. And back to your recruiting point, the training is the training. We believe that we're giving the best possible training that we can, and we train for the worst possible day that a trooper may have to face. And I'm really not involved in discussions where we want to talk about attenuating the training. We want to talk about widening the opportunity for as many people as we can. If people come with ideas for making our recruits more successful, we have a cadet life tour, for example. So the cadet life tour enables somebody in the process to come in and spend a day in the academy prior to them getting there, so that they can prepare themselves mentally and know how hard they need to prepare themselves physically, so that when they get there, they're set up for success. We have mentoring programs, the Hill Impact program, the Junior Law and Leadership program, the Law and Leadership program, our Camp Cadet programs going all the way down until youth that are 13 years of age, where we really want to set up a track where you could be somebody from 13 years on and come, and you could they go to Camp Cadet, you could go to Law and Leadership, you could go to the Hill Impact program and decide ultimately you want to become a trooper. We want to open that window up, though, that if you miss Camp Cadet and now you're of high school / college age and you're interested, there's an opportunity for you to see the state police and see it really as a viable career path. And then I think that we're working diligently for always salary and benefits to make sure that that is an external factor. But I'm always struck, I spend a lot of time with our cadets the week that they graduate, and I think every generation at some point questions, this next generation coming up, are they going to be able to do it? And sometimes there are, I know in my case, there were always some elderly people or some people older than I who would say, in my day, this is how we did it. And I really try to resist that. And when I spend that time with them, I'm so impressed with the people that we have coming in. So I lay my head on the pillow thinking there may be less people that are interested nationally, but the ones that we're getting are just as committed. And I feel very good about the next 120 years and beyond.
So you approximately have 800 people normally taking the test a year?
Now, since we removed the college requirement, we saw a bump in that. So we're
what about removing now? You can people who have tattoos can apply,
so
right?
That's prior to this administration, but I was part of the Governor Wolf, Colonel Ivanchik administration, where if you have tattoos, they need to be covered by a long sleeve shirt. And I don't know that there's necessarily a magic bullet. That was certainly not a huge windfall for us, where I'm sure there are people here who are in long sleeves who otherwise, if they had a tattoo that would have been visible in a short sleeve shirt, we would have missed out on them. And I'm glad we have them. But anything that we can do, I don't really see it as we're looking for one magic bullet to kind of fix the problem. I think that you have to try and attack it from multiple angles, and that's what we're trying to do. Again, the mentorship programs, the removing of the college requirement, while later on offering these off-ramps for people to try and continue higher education, a better training facility. So the current training facility, we broke ground in 1958, and we moved in 1960. It served us very well, but it's very well maintained. There's a lot of pride in it, but it's time for a new facility. And I'm thrilled. We could talk for 6 hours about the new training facility, but suffice it to say, it's been built from the ground up to have hands-on role model training where you can be in the classroom and you can be taught the theory of de-escalation or use of force or dealing with people in mental crisis. And then there are training spaces that are facsimile, almost like a Hogan's Alley that you've seen it in Quantico at the FBI Academy. We're going to have several of those training spaces where now we can put you in the most realistic real life scenario to reinforce those skills and really imprint those skills so that when you need them, everybody always says, and I believe it, very firmly, that you'll revert back to the way that you're trained in those high stress situations.
Right. And the numbers, though, how many people actually get in a year? If you have how many?
It depends. Like with the Shapiro administration in this year's budget calls for 432 to be hired. So we're diligently working to try and hire 432. That was the number in last year's budget. And, we have cadet classes that are graduating multiple times a year.
Have any of the DEI initiatives been rolled back in Pennsylvania State Police, or?
So when I say DEI, or when you say DEI, we never offered preferential points or any sort of credit, but obviously we recruit very heavily for women and diversity. And diversity is very important to us, and we're doing everything that we can to open that up to everybody who wants to be involved. And if there's somebody somewhere, male, female, whatever color, whatever ethnicity, whatever religion, if they tell us, if somebody raises their hand and say, hey, I think this person would be a good fit for the state police, we actively try and go out and recruit that. We have close to 24 full-time recruiters that go all across the Commonwealth. I think last year we did over 3,000 contacts with the public, just that recruiting unit, to be out there, out in front. So, our emphasis is on finding the best people that we can, the people who want to be part of the Pennsylvania State Police, and then we set them up, hopefully, for success, where we want people there that are committed to becoming a trooper, and then they take the best training that we can possibly give them.
And you mentioned, obviously, some of the courses that people could go through and having this, FBI sort of specialty practices going on in the new training facility,
Sure.
de-escalation and everything. What's really changed with the training, with everything that's happened in the country over the past 10 years?
So I think,
do you think there has been a disconnect with the public and police in general?
I think we can always do better.
And trust issues.
We can always do better. Obviously, 2020 was a difficult year for law enforcement. I think that the vast majority, in terms of the Pennsylvania State Police, we're doing great work, and we're trying to engage the community. We have an Office of Community Engagement that their full-time job, in addition to those recruiters, is to go out and interface with the community, to deal with people at community events, to deal with summer outings, National Police Week, all of those ways that we can interface so that we can get to know the public and the public can get to know us. In terms of that trust factor, I think you build that trust factor day to day, investigation to investigation, incident to incident. The actions, or I should say the misdeeds of a few, unfortunately, can paint everyone nationally with a broad brush. And we try to work against that. We try to listen to the community. Again, we want to have that trust, and we want to have that relationship where you can hear what the community is thinking and what the community is feeling. And then I think the community looks to us to see how we perform in those crisis events that we talked about earlier, which is that we're not really set up for working when things are well. I would say, when even if somebody has an interface with one of our troopers when they've committed a motor vehicle code violation or they've been in a crash, for them that's going to be a bad day. And that's on a relatively low scale bad day for some of the incidents, many of the incidents to which we have to respond. So I think that, we want to be the most professional police agency that we can anywhere. That's what, if you said, what would I like to see as the commissioner? I like to hear that people have interactions with troopers and the trooper was professional, and all those things. What does that mean? A professional trooper is proficient at their job, a very dogged investigator, someone who feels that a victim needs to be heard and a victim needs to get justice through the system, someone who seeks justice to preserve peace. A trooper is not someone that's out there trying to look for things to escalate, and they go to situations, they take control of the situation, they try to make the situation more stable and better, and that's really talking to people, being approachable and being professional through all of those interactions.
And you mentioned, obviously, and I've heard it from people in law enforcement, out of law enforcement, state police one of the oldest agencies, right, in the country, known for innovation, cutting edge technology. What's changed with crime fighting? Here we are in 2025. There's a million television shows and docuseries and pulling back the curtain and forensic files, right, on what's being done. I mean, like, what has changed the game?
When you say being progressive, like we have a use of force unit, for example, just to finish maybe a minute on the training aspect. We have a use of force unit at the academy that has certifications that I believe very few other law enforcement agencies have in the Commonwealth about use of force, about the dynamics and the science behind human interaction. And we use them to help tailor our use of force training, and we try to give it not just to the cadets, but also to the mandatory in-service training for our incumbents. And we have them look at use of force situations for ways that we can perhaps do it better. And certainly we've had tasers for quite some time and all of the other traditional law enforcement tools, but we've had cars with cameras in them for over 2 decades. This April, I'm proud to announce that we'll have body cameras rolled out across our 88 patrol installations across the Commonwealth. Huge.
April 2025, body cameras
Correct.
for all state troopers.
Correct. So they'll be completely rolled out. Another innovation where, again, when we're situated as large as we are geographically, as large as we are by numbers, anytime you talk about a project like that, and particularly an IT project, there's a huge logistical and fiscal component to that. We talked a little bit about the budget before and how you have to be strategic, but also logistically smart in terms of how you roll that out, because the equipment has to work in a rock cut in the mountains of northeastern Pennsylvania, and it has to work on the farm fields of south central Pennsylvania down by the border with Maryland. And in order to have that technology work across 82% of that 45,000 square miles, it's a big undertaking. We have a lot of smart people in our research and development and our Bureau of Information and Technology Services that's their full-time job to make sure that functionality happens. But you talk about the training aspect, you talk about technology aspect, you talk about we have people certified in our Bureau of Criminal Investigation that are certified on Ancestry, 23andMe. We've done a great job, I think, concentrating on some cold cases, trying to break those cold cases open. The Chivarella homicide a couple of years ago in Hazleton City, it was solved where the actor was definitively known. To me, that was very powerful because, that Chivarella girl left her house in 1963 and she never made it to school. And, years later at this press conference, you're talking to retirees who worked without a day off for months to try and break that case open. And here we are at least bringing some sort of closure to the siblings of that murder victim. That to me is very powerful work. It's palpable to me that it may have happened in 1963, and I've been told that that's actually the second oldest case nationally, cold case that was broken open. And I attribute that to the innovation and, again, the methods that we're putting into play through things like Ancestry and
so DNA.
Correct. DNA.
Yeah.
We're building a new DNA laboratory out in Greensburg. Hopefully within the next 18 to 24 months that will open. We hope that our capacity will only increase. We've recently purchased rapid DNA machines. So mitochondrial DNA is the full DNA profile, and then rapid DNA allows you to take a known sample and compare it to evidence that you've retrieved in the kind of immediacy of the investigation. And it's not that we're going away from mitochondrial DNA, but in the moment of the investigation inside of.
So we're talking like a homicide. So
correct.
Picture a homicide.
Correct.
You guys find evidence. You think there's DNA on there.
Correct.
You could, somebody agrees to it, right? You swab somebody and you can test right then.
And you can see if those two profiles match. And if they do, that obviously can have a huge direction of the investigation very early on, as opposed to sending that DNA away to the lab. And even if it's rushed and prioritized, which we do for, more serious and the most serious crimes, it's not going to be in those 8, 16, 24, 48, 72 operational hour cycles. And I really feel like that was something that we needed to do. So each troop headquarters is now going to have a rapid DNA machine. And again, that's just not for us, but that's in support of our municipal and federal partners with whom we deal all the time. I like to think as well, what makes us a progressive agency is that we work with our fellow state, federal, and municipal partners in any way that we can, and we collaborate as much as we can to deliver the best police service.
What's the biggest thing that faces Pennsylvania State Police every day? Like,
I think
what's the bulk
officer
of the
safety. I say officer safety and public safety.
But is it traffic stops and say like what keeps the
So I mean, if you look at us statistically, we do about almost 500,000 car stops a year, and then about another 1.5 to 1.7 contacts, calls for service. So in any given year, those members of the state police, women and men, civilian and enlisted, are contacting the public close to 2 million times. And how to do something 2 million times really well is what I think we try to concentrate on. The more complex the problem, the more complex the organization, the more complex the situation. Sometimes it's the more simpler paradigm that says, hey, we want, as I said earlier, we want people who are professional. They're going to take it one investigation, one incident at a time, and they try to do the best job that they can.
And, across our area, right, northeastern and central Pennsylvania, there's a lot of rural communities, some, great, amazing fire departments that are volunteer that struggle to stay open, police departments and municipalities struggling for money. How do you feel like if more work had to be dumped onto the state police, if local municipalities and communities can't really fund their own police department?
So there's a statutory answer to that question, where if a municipality ceases to fund its own police department, by law, when they call 911, they get the Pennsylvania State Police. So we try to partner with, municipalities. There was a regionalization of Wyoming Regional Police Department. I was at their grand opening down at the old Troop P Wyoming headquarters, which we were able to make sure that facility got sold to Wyoming Regional Police Department. We want to be with those collaborations to try and help municipalities where we can. But to me, that's a policy decision. That's a policy decision. That's how the legislature has set up the law. They certainly can change that law. What I'm more concerned about, when I was a troop commander here in Troop R, in charge of Lackawanna, Susquehanna, Wayne, and Pike counties. How do you look at that landscape? How do you go to the local chiefs meetings? How do you partner with all of the police chiefs up and down the Lackawanna Valley and those in the other 3 counties that I mentioned to really deliver the best service? Because, a lot of times those collaborations, let's say, if you're a police agency that needs an accident reconstructed, the state police will help you with an accident reconstructionist. If you have a fire and you need a fire marshal, if you need something that needs to be forensically processed, our forensic services unit will come out and help you. If you need a major case team for a violent crime, a rape or a murder, and all of the major case team assets of the state police partner with our district attorney's offices and their county detectives. I don't care who gets the credit. I don't care about, whose patch is seen. What I want is, from a macro level, sitting in Harrisburg, having seen it as a troop commander, the impact on the community when you can clear a homicide, that's a qualitative metric that you really can't put into quantitative terms. When people don't feel safe, when people feel like justice has not been done, there's been a lot of high-profile cases here in the Northeast that I've again, a surreal journey to be a part of. The qualitative metric that goes along with people feeling that they received good service from law enforcement. And I'm intentional in using that term, law enforcement, not state police. They're law enforcement partners here in the Commonwealth that are out there doing the good work for residents and people here in the Commonwealth.
And you obviously mentioned big cases and things you were a part of, during your tenure, and more than 2 decades with PSP. You had a stint at PSP Blooming Grove, right? And of course, that State Police Barracks got national, international attention, right? When the shooting happened with Eric Freen, you have a state trooper who was shot, another one shot and killed, another one seriously injured. Tell me about your role during the Eric Freen manhunt and how these resources all came together, and what did we learn about, I guess, how did that improve, I guess, what PSP does across the Commonwealth?
So I think...
'Cause you had this manhunt going on
correct.
forever, and nobody could find this guy.
At the time, I was holding the rank of lieutenant, and I was the station commander at Blooming Grove. There were about 57 people assigned to the Blooming Grove station. We were the primary police for most of Pike County. A great group of women and men, civilian and enlisted. Really a bright spot of my career. I worked with excellent people.
Were you there that night, by the way?
I was not there when it happened. I was there. I got there maybe 45 minutes after. I was at home, and I got a call that the shooting had occurred. Certainly, one of the worst days of my career. And when I talk to cadets, I mentioned I deal with cadets. One of the things I talk about the week before they graduate, we have people come back and speak to them about critical incidents that they've been involved in. And I'm humbled to go back and speak to them about the Blooming Grove incident. And what sticks with me through the 48 days, so that's the longest manhunt in Pennsylvania state history, a total mobilization just with PSP troopers of more than 3,000. So out of the 4,800, there were people who participated in multiple evolutions, but we can track it where well over 3,000 troopers were a part of that. In addition to the federal, fellow state, and municipal partners that assisted us. Really no way to accurately 100% tabulate that. But at the height of it, there was more than 1,000, close to 1,100 people looking for Eric Freen in the wilderness of northeastern Pennsylvania. And really, I tell the cadets, I've seen law enforcement and I've seen PSP, not break when they're broken. And what I mean by that is, you have to plan a line of duty death. You have another trooper who's in a coma at Geisinger CMC, and you have a murderer who was, at large in the community. And it was just 10 years this past September of 2024. And we have a command conference twice a year. And we were, with some intentionality, able to plan our command conference up in the Poconos, and we were there. I've made it back there all but a handful of years for the actual anniversary, and we go there. Brian Dixon's widow goes, her boys go, and they light a candle. And what strikes me about that operational period, that 48 days, that it was a grind. It was a grind where many of us worked, with very few exceptions, almost the entire time, or had a single number of days off. And I think the community felt like law enforcement rose to the occasion because we knew he was there. We knew he was an FBI top 10 most wanted person. All of the investigative metrics pointed to the fact that he had not made it out of the area. But we had a lot of people that were giving us advice. When is this going to transition to a long-term fugitive investigation? He has stolen a car and he's out of the area. And really that comes down to faith. Faith, not necessarily in the religious sense, but in the sense that, he's there because he reasonably can't be anywhere else, and we're going to keep looking until we find him. And I'm really proud of our people. And you said, what really served us well? There are troopers from the New York State Police, the New Jersey State Police, who, when they heard that the barracks was under attack, came, activated themselves, came into Pennsylvania, municipal agencies that came that night, federal partners that came. And that's really what I think we're blessed with, particularly here in northeastern Pennsylvania, but all across the Commonwealth. We have fantastic relationships with our partners. And nearly without exception, when someone needs something, when something bad is happening, phone calls are made, everybody talks to everybody else, and they really muster together. And I would tell you, just kind of to bookend that, in June of 2023, when our Lewistown station came under attack by Brandon Stein, to talk about the young people that we're getting today. Trooper Jacques Rougeau was on a day off. It was a Saturday, and he was on his day off, and he heard that somebody had shot up Lewistown Barracks. Different location, different time of day, but kind of the same metric. And what did he do? He grabbed his gear, he went into the barracks, and unfortunately he lost his life, and he's one of our members killed in the line of duty as a result. So really, when I talk about Blooming Grove, when I talk about other incidents, the ambush at Lewistown and the subsequent running gun battle that took place over the next several hours, where in that case as well, in addition to Trooper Rougeau, Lieutenant James Wagner was also shot. He continues to work hard towards his recovery. I look at those relationships, and and the people and what they have done, and I'm very humbled to see people when the worst is going on, that they step up and say, we're here to do a job, let's go do it.
Did policy or training, though, change after a 48-day manhunt? Because
Sure.
I'm sure. I remember during my television news days covering that story, right? Sure. And everyone, I think, there was this level of frustration, like, why can't we find this guy, right? So what has changed, I guess, with policies?
So we've tried to do some better training. Woodland terrain searches are something that we concentrate on now, not just in cadet training, but also for advanced training. When we talked about, barrack security, some things that we've tried to upgrade across the Commonwealth to make our places a little bit more secure. But by the same token, we're trying to strike a balance there where we need to be accessible to the public. You could be sitting in our lobby and you've been the victim of a crime, or your child's been the victim of a crime. The technology, the radio technology, the drone technology has continued to evolve. Trail cameras. We've tried to really, again, on the technology front, the aviation front, the forward-looking infrared radar and some of those other things that were brought to bear. We've conducted 2 manhunts, one in Warren County for Michael Burham, an 8-day manhunt up along the northern tier since this team has been in effect in January of 23, and then a 14-day manhunt for Danilo Cavalcante down in Chester County. And, to your question, why can't you find them? There's a lot of people, that's part of the stress when you say, are we doing everything that we reasonably could we do to make sure that we apprehend the person as quickly as we can? But, some of the terrain is very difficult, some of the atmospheric conditions difficult. And again, you're dealing with people in Danilo Cavalcante and in the case of Eric Freen, when you talk about the criminal investigative analysts who are people that are trained in behavioral assessment, that the FBI has the Mind Hunters, the behavioral assessment unit. We have people in PSP that are trained in that. You rely very heavily on the profile. And in many of those cases, the profile is the person's armed. And if they can take a shot at a position of superior tactical advantage, you're probably we're definitely putting your people in harm's way to try and do the search, which you have to do, but to do it in a way that allows you to respond to that lethal force that's going to be inflicted on you. I mean, those are all very difficult things. So I think we've tried to train up to that. And really in a situation like Eric Freen, we needed to be there in force, because the likelihood, if he had taken another shot at one of our people, really the only tactic that you can do when a sniper takes a shot is to be there in force in a way where you can respond and counter react to that, surround it, overwhelm it, because if you get continually picked off and continue to retreat away from where the threat is, you're not going to capture the individual that's doing that. So, from that standpoint, it sounds simple, but it's pretty complex to try and make people proficient at that skill.
And of course, the Eric Freen investigation, that was one of many big investigations you were part of. The other one, still kind of timely, Butler County, when then candidate President Trump was, campaigning in Butler County, the assassination attempt happened. What was your role, and where were you when all of that went down?
So I was here. It was July 13th. It was a hot day. I had done a bunch of things, and it was a Saturday, obviously. I had done a bunch of things, and it was kind of just, coming down off of that, I'd taken a shower and was just kind of cooling down from work.
And you're home in Dunmore?
Home, yes. I was actually at my brother's house, but we had done a project, and I got a phone call, turn on the news, and in the next 45 minutes, I was getting on a helicopter, our PSP helicopter, the closest one that we have at the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Avoca Airport, and I flew to Butler. So landed in Butler that evening, maybe 20 minutes before the press conference was held. Multiple phone calls, multiple briefings on the ride out there, on the helicopter ride out there. We had to stop for fuel several times. Spoke to the FBI, special agent in charge of Pittsburgh, several times. And we knew that the PSP's role was going to be to investigate the death of the one person, Corey Comparator, and then the attempted homicide of the 2 other Pennsylvanians who were shot. And the FBI, by federal statute, had the responsibility to investigate the attempt on a former president. So working again with our federal partners and our municipal partners out there, a massive scene, massive undertaking, thousands of people, huge scene to be processed forensically. And again, I was out there for several days prior to even being able to come home.
Did that change the way that Pennsylvania State Police assists with the Secret Service, the FBI, when there are big, campaign events, presidential events, on how you guys are navigating security?
So as a result of that incident, I was called to testify before Congress 10 days after, which was certainly an experience that I never thought I would have to endure when I was becoming a trooper. So I defer to my testimony on the record, but the Secret Service really is the primary agency for the protective function. So through the rest of, up until July 13th and continuing through calendar year 2024 presidential election cycle, Pennsylvania, by its virtue of being a swing state, was a huge state that saw a lot of campaign stops. We finished this year with 180 details in support of the Secret Service, which is a huge logistical undertaking when you look at in 2024, we didn't have any less responsibilities or less people that were allocated that we can pull and support those 180 missions to help the Secret Service. So when I say, our fallback position is that we try to develop an operational plan at the request of the Secret Service for what they want us to do. So that could be a motorcade responsibility, which was the case on July 13th. That could be manning or staffing posts inside of a secure perimeter, or it could be a much bigger operation. I could show you operational plans that took, 150 to 200 to 250 troopers. When you talk about candidates flying in or elected officials flying in, they motorcade to a place, there's a venue there, then they motorcade to a second place or a third place, they motorcade to a different location to take off. I mean, these are huge logistical lifts, and what we try to do is provide as much many assets as we can provide to the Secret Service. So if they want our CERT team, if they want a helicopter, if they want a fixed wing, if they want the mounted unit for crowd control, if they want troopers, if they want a mobile field force, if they want traffic posts, if they want a motorcade, that's what we try and provide them.
So when we look at these situations you've been a part of, right, you have the Eric Frein manhunt, you mentioned several other shootings, attacks on state police barracks, and then you have the assassination attempt of President Trump. I want to know, where is your headspace when you have to make, key split-second decisions that are going to affect a lot of people, right? When you're mobilizing, troopers, when you're navigating, an assassination attempt, like, how do you make these decisions fast? Like, walk me through your reasoning.
So anytime there's a crisis, it usually comes at the least opportune time. You're usually asleep or you're expecting at least. I would say the organizational and the mission goal always is life safety. What do we need to do to stabilize this situation so that more people don't get hurt or killed? And then we talk about stabilizing the situation. How can we kind of find an operational cycle where we can kind of get our legs underneath us? And then how can we improve it? How can we then move towards an investigation or move towards a manhunt to get somebody into custody? And really, I have found in my career, like I said, I was the beneficiary of a very good mentorship, telling me both, Chris, that's not a good idea, don't do it that way, think about doing it this way. But really, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room. You have to appreciate and know who the people that are smarter than you are, and you have to seek them out. And really, when you say, what am I looking for? I'm looking for, who do I have to go to that's going to give me the best operational intelligence, situational awareness, and then collaborate, rely on them to say, how are we going to get this done? What would your recommendation be? And then you build your team out from there, whether that can happen if you're investigating a 2-car crash on the Casey Highway, or that can happen in a, nearly 3,500 person mobilization to search for Eric Frein, and everything in between. A couple Saturdays ago, we had the shooting at UPMC York. We've had an interstate collapse, Interstate 95. We've had a train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. We've had the 2 manhunts for Burham and Cavalcante. We've had the presidential assassination attempt. We've had a $400 million capital project. Really, if you said, what's the thread through all of those, who are the people that you need with you? You don't have to be the smartest person in the room, and rely on them to tell you what's going on, and then try to make, the simple, small decisions that you can, and break it down, slow it down, and try and get to where you need to be.
And so in layman's terms, would you say you have like a cabinet that
Sure.
you kind
Yes.
of oversee?
I'm glad you asked that question because I keep saying, how humbled I am. The commissioner holds the rank of colonel, and then there are 3 lieutenant colonels, operations, staff, and administration and professional responsibility. Operations is Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, who would be very well known to the viewers here in the Northeast, face of not only the Freed manhunt, but Cavalcante and Burham. Staff is Joanne Reed, Lieutenant Colonel Joanne Reed, and then administration and professional responsibility is Chris King. And then I also have a special assistant, Brooke Mead. So the 5 of us are the front office. That's what it's referred to in the state police. And I could not have asked for a better team. And I could not be more thankful that the governor allowed me to pick the team and build it out. And really, I'm remiss because I can't mention all of the other people. But when you mention about the command staff, there's 1 colonel, there's 3 lieutenant colonels, and 1 special assistant. And together, we, along with everybody else, try and figure out, each day we go in there, what's the crisis of the day, what are we working on, and all of the other things that are going on at the same time, where you're trying to deal with the budget, you're trying to deal with hiring, you're trying to deal with recruiting, and those are the known knowns. The unknown that gets dropped on you on July 13th, or when UPMC gets shot up, or a barracks gets attacked. Those are the ones that really test the mettle of the team.
Because you're literally, you're on call 24/7. So you have to make these decisions. But you said the key is, because I'm always fascinated how leaders, right, make decisions that are going to impact a lot of people. For you, it's sort of assembling the superhero squad, right? The A team, and letting some of those people who might have skills that you say, hey, they might be better than me at certain things, kind of having a consensus of what is the best decision moving forward.
Sure. And I think, like I said, you keep it simple. I want to rely on the fact that, when I lay my head on the pillow at night, which is, rare that I'm able to sleep all the way through the night. Usually something happens or my mind wakes me up about something. The thing that allows me to kind of, and I tell the cadets that when they're about to graduate, the thing that allows me to get some sleep when I lay my head on that pillow is I'm going to bet on our people. I'm going to bet on our people at all ranks, at all levels, in all jobs, that they're going to be out there, doing the right thing at the right time. And if you try to instill that, I think, at all ranks, you mentioned the front office team, but we have phenomenal area commanders, troop commanders, bureau directors, office directors, station commanders, patrol unit supervisors, criminal investigative unit supervisors, and on and on and on, where I see it every day. A lot of our time is spent dealing with issues. And there's this whole host or mound of things that have gone exceptionally well, right? They're going well. The thing that really needs your attention is things where it's could be going better. But our people, again, be professional, be there, do the right thing for the right reason. I think that's what I tell the cadets. As you're getting ready to go out, I sat in these same seats when I was 22 years old. I turned 23 in the academy right as I graduated. I look back now at age 48, and they seem so amazingly young to me. They look like, kids. And it just happens overnight that I'll complete my 26th year this May. And I say to them, when I was sitting where you were, I wanted to do well. I was nervous, not afraid nervous, but nervous because I wanted to do well. Just put yourself in a position where you're trying every day. Go to work and say, I'm going to try and do the right thing at the right time for the right reason, and keep it simple. All of those other things. Do you need to study and promote and be part of a major case team for the first time, or your first fatal traffic investigation, or your first, manhunt, yes, you have to, constantly hold your kind of feet to the fire in that competency realm, but, just keep it simple and say, I've been trained well, this is where I'm supposed to be, I'm going to do my best.
I want to come back to that I-95 collapse you mentioned. What went through your head when you got that call that you have this massive collapse going on? And what did you...
So that was a Sunday morning.
God, all these happen when you're
right. That was a Sunday morning.
Okay.
And I got a call. My phone, is always, it never is on vibrate. It's always on. I rolled over. I pick up the phone, and they say, we just lost 95 in Philadelphia. And of course, I've never had that call. I've never had a call that says.
That's why I wanted to bring it up.
Right,
This is
the
something
barracks
you
is under attack,
Yeah.
or President Trump just got shot. Those are the surreal of the job looking back. And I think the operational brief that I had very quickly was there was a tanker truck. It overturned, worst possible place. caught on fire, exploded, caught on fire, and it took about 17 minutes, I think, to melt the steel inside of the concrete, and now we're without Interstate 95. Our troopers, if I've seen some video, did a phenomenal job getting people off. Obviously when the crash happened, this huge fireball, there were people that had stopped. So you can see over time the bridge start to sag, and our people are getting the motoring public off in time for it completely to collapse. And in that case, there was an accident investigation that had to occur. Immediately thereafter, you're on numerous conference calls with the governor and other cabinet members. PennDOT ended up being the lead in that particular reconstruction portion of it. Secretary Mike Carroll, I talk to him pretty frequently. He's a fellow Northeastern Pennsylvania person who's a member of the governor's cabinet, and we have a phenomenal working relationship. And you say, how are we going to get one of the biggest arteries on the East Coast of the United States? How can the state police partner with PennDOT to try and open it as soon as we can? And again, PennDOT gets all the credit for the engineering wonders that they pulled off to do that, but there were a lot of logistics in terms of managing the traffic flow. We interfaced with our partners in Philadelphia Police, Commissioner Outlaw at the time. We had a very good relationship with her. Commissioner Bethel currently in Philly PD. We're fresh off the Eagles Super Bowl, so you had the NFC Championship game, you had the actual Super Bowl, you had the parade in Philadelphia where we were able to assist with Philly PD. All that up against a plane crash that occurred not too far from where the interstate collapsed in Northeast Philadelphia. So I say that to talk about that relationship piece where some weeks are rather busy, and I talk to Commissioner Bethel quite frequently. Sometimes there's a little bit more of a period of time in the interval when we speak, but I know that he knows, and I know that he knows in my case, if we're calling one another, that the phone calls get answered and we're ready to try and do what we can.
And how long again was it until they rebuilt I-95? It was like an insane record time for
I want to say it was, I don't want to, I don't know. I think it was a minuscule number of days. I want to say 12 days, something like that. But I want to apologize on the record because if it's less than 12 days, I want to make sure PennDOT gets all the credit. And
well, I think what blew a lot of people's mind, I mean, it takes years to get something fixed normally. I mean, there's this stereotype, right? Like, hey, like the highway, Interstate 81, we have potholes, we have this going on. And, but obviously we know the impact that bridge really had, right? That portion, I should say, of I-95. So,
I mean, phenomenal partnership. A lot of that, there was material. Let's say I would get a call from Secretary Carroll. There was almost like a space age material that was necessary for the construction method that they chose and innovated to fix it. And he said, Chris, I need some help getting this material moved. What can you do for me? I said, Mike, troopers will be there to help you get it there. They will be there with the construction company or the transport company 24/7. We'll get it to the site. We'll do whatever we have to do. And I was very proud to be there with the governor and with Commissioner Carroll when they were able to reopen it. And that was actually the first week after the shooting in Lewistown. So in addition to Interstate 95, you have a situation ongoing down there. You have a 6-hour running gun battle in Juniata County with Lewistown, and it was it was very nice of the governor and Commissioner Carroll to acknowledge Trooper Rougeau and Lieutenant Wagner at the bridge at Interstate 95 reopening.
And of course, you mentioned obviously the stuff you can't plan for, and sometimes the phone rings and you're like, never had that before, like the I-95 issue. How much truth is it that Pennsylvania State Police are also, I mean, in addition to sort of mitigating the day-to-day, I mean, you guys are also trying to keep a handle on like the Russian mafia, the Chinese mafia in Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Like, is that a serious thing? Like, I mean, people brought that up to me and they're like, you should totally ask him about this. And I'm like, I mean, how real is that?
Sure. So PSP maintains our Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and they are the organizational segment of the department that deals with long-term protracted undercover operations, as well as our intel function. Pennsylvania is no stranger to hotbed groups, hate groups, and also organized crime. And our function there is to try and build those more complex investigations out, successfully prosecute them, but also the Pennsylvania Criminal Intelligence Center, PASIC, works with DIVIC, which is the Delaware Valley Information Center, Philly PD's Fusion Center, and then the Western All Fusion Center, which is out in Pittsburgh. And that helps us, from an intel standpoint, operationalize intelligence being gathered coming out of NYPD or coming out of our task force collaborations with the FBI or Department of Homeland Security or the DEA. And really, there are a lot of things that happen in Pennsylvania. We have a lot of critical infrastructure. As we look at the landscape moving forward, let's say, PA 250 is coming. The NFL draft is coming to Pittsburgh. The FIFA World Cup is coming. And those are all things that we constantly have to be preparing for in a collaborative way with our partners, federal and municipal, to try and be ready, to try and be able to respond. But in terms of, to go back to the intel function, we have.
I got to give a shout out to Visit PA because they've done a great job
Yes,
of,
they have.
Making Pennsylvania in the international spotlight. Sure. But going.
Cassandra Coleman, I get emails from her. She's
also in northeastern Pennsylvania.
Correct, about the PA 250, and we try to support that as much as we can all throughout the Commonwealth. The state police do, but the long-term protracted investigations that we conduct are, again, very complex. They're not situations where you can just say, hey, send a marked car and a uniformed trooper to knock on the door and see what you can find out about A, B, or C. It takes.
But is it guns? Is it drugs? Like
all of the above. Illicit drugs, human trafficking. We have corridors of human trafficking. Not necessarily where you would think, but we had a human trafficking investigation that we were able to break open here, not too far away, doing a motor carrier enforcement detail. So that this was not too far from Dunmore headquarters, not too far from where we are right now, where a truck driver was having their commercial vehicle inspected. Something wasn't quite right, and we were able to work that a little bit in more depth. And we found out that the female who was with that truck driver was a part of the human trafficking trade. And we were able to then turn that over to BCI to work that investigation and share that intelligence to say, okay, where are the people coming in from? What's being done to them? How are they being victimized? Guns. You talk about Glock switches now. We have several collaborations going with the Department of Homeland Security with Glock switches that can turn Glock handguns into fully automatic weapons. We've tried to be collaborative here in the Northeast. For example, Officer Gil Martin was shot 2 Januaries ago. We were part of a long-term undercover wiretap investigation, Operation Deep Blue Sea, with Scranton PD and our federal partners, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Lackawanna County DA's office, to try and bring forward, I think there were 11 indictments that took months and months of really working those wires and undercover operations and investigations. So really, if you multiply that out across the Commonwealth, that's what we're trying to do everywhere. But again, I take a good amount of pride in northeastern Pennsylvania for the work that gets done here. I think that it's exceptional work.
And I think hearing you talk about this and cite dates and citations and everything, you're not just somebody who sits in an office and, kicks back. I mean, how do you keep this all together?
So it's a full-time, if you said, are you ever really not working? I would say, no, it's not that kind of a job. It's not that kind of a job because I always think about, the trooper right now that's making an undercover drug buy, the trooper that's, working a particularly difficult case, a trooper who's on patrol on a car stop, walking up, not knowing what he or she is going to find. And really, I think the leadership in the state police functions to make sure that they have everything that they need to achieve the mission, number one. The mission is number one. And number two, are we doing what we can to take care of our people. And that's a responsibility that when I took this job, I knew it was going to be difficult, and it's something that I do think about in terms of, I've been part of people killed in the line of duty, and that is the absolute worst, to knock on that door and tell someone that their loved one is not coming home. I've had to do it, unfortunately, more times than I would have liked. But really, I think we know the agency, right, wrong, or indifferent. We know the agency because we live it every day. And I say that for the command staff, and we try to do our best. Are we going to have some missteps? Yes. Does anybody bat 1,000? No. But we try to own those mistakes when we make them, and we're always trying to get better.
And working with Governor Shapiro, $1.8 billion budget is what you oversee, sort of as the commissioner, the CEO of the state police. Is that the biggest budget the state police has had?
I believe it is. I think the budget, has only increased.
Because the governor wants more.
Governor has been very supportive of us, not only with his presence and his being at locations when troopers are injured or other municipal officers are. There was just a Philadelphia police officer that was shot this past weekend, and the governor calls. To my knowledge, the governor has called every police officer who's been shot or seriously injured, not just troopers. And when we've had line of duty deaths, both troopers and municipal officers, the governor goes to the funeral. He's accessible to the family. He's a strong supporter of law enforcement. We're very lucky. And the budgets reflect priorities. And I would say some of the things that we've been able to do, not just with the academy, but with a patrol car refresh and some other things that we're working on, they reflect the governor's commitment. Hiring, the money to recruit and hire troopers. He's been very supportive of our analysis and ultimate decision to remove the college requirement, to try and be innovative there, to try and open it up and get more people in. And really, he's been very supportive of not just me personally, but the state police.
Yeah, and of course the governor. A lot of reports, right? He's going to run for president in 2028. Hypothetical, if he ever did, and wanted to recruit you to work more on a federal level with him, would you want to do it?
Oh, I would say, I don't discuss politics with the governor, and if you said, what's your operational cycle? Today's Monday. I'm trying to make it through this week. All right. So, who knows what the future holds?
As I said, we don't know what he's going to do, but I had to ask that question. So before we wrap, I want to get a little bit more personal, because I think what I'm amazed by, you called Dunmore, Pennsylvania home. You have a wife, 2 sons you're very proud of, and you are very involved in what they do, sports, their school life, everything. So how do you do all of that when, from what I understand, you have like a 4-hour commute. If you're leaving from Dunmore to go to Harrisburg, we're looking at an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes, depending on traffic. Right. Almost 2 hours down, 2 hours back. Like, how do you do this?
So I was able,
stay so involved.
I was able to do my first podcast today to take the edge off the commute. So I was thrilled to be able to stay in northeastern Pennsylvania. But I give a lot of credit. I give the lion's share of the credit. My wife, Jen, has done a very good job with our boys and with maintaining the home. Our boys, I think, appreciate the fact that I have a tough job. Hopefully they appreciate the fact that we expect them, my wife and I expect them to be hopefully the good, young gentlemen that they're becoming. Not to say they're perfect, because none of us are perfect, but I really couldn't be more thankful in that vein. Where I like to think my boys will see that the work in the state police has value, and it's an entire family commitment. My wife, I know it's been a toll that I tell people
because you moved 13th, around a lot.
She did. She likes to stay here in northeastern Pennsylvania, and I think that's where we're going to stay. But July 13th, when President Trump got shot, was our wedding anniversary, and I'll tell you a story here that it was complete chaos initially, trying to turn the television on, what's going on, phone blowing up, etc. So I mentioned I was at my brother's house. I drove back to Dunmore. I showered. I threw my uniform on, and now the helicopter is spooling up to go. And I took my glasses off, obviously, when I was in the shower, and I'm now down at Avoca, and the helicopter is spooling up for me to fly to Butler, and I realize I don't have my glasses. And I think to myself, in a crisis, like, okay, you can wing it. And then I'm having this internal dialogue where you're like, hey, you're probably going to have to go on television, and this is going to be a major, major thing. You need your glasses. So I called my wife, who was with our younger son, who just turned 14 this past weekend, and I said, I need you to drive my glasses to the hangar at the Scranton-Wilkes-Barre Airport, which he had no idea where it was. So I told our son, who's 14 going on 25, I'll drop you a ping, a pin, and you can vector your mother in. And he did a phenomenal job, and I literally ran over to the car, got my glasses, got on the helicopter, and they saw me take off. So it has impacted our, family.
Can you ever go away on vacation? Like, can you ever say, we're going to Disney?
We do. We've done Disney once.
Are you nervous when you're on vacation, thinking the phone's going to ring and I'm going to have to get on
I
a
would
plane?
say quietly, what happens is I would designate, that's happened on a handful of occasions in my tenure as commissioner, and I've designated a lieutenant colonel as the acting for that period of time. So I can shut it off for those limited interactions. But the only time that we could go away, just because of sports schedules and everything, we were going to go on a trip, and I had to testify before Congress, was this past summer. So when you say, are you away? I mean, the thing that would make me have to come back, I would, in my own mind say, if one of our people got hurt or worse, I would have to find a way back immediately, because you have to be there, I would say. So it's not one of those jobs where, when you talk about, that work-life balance, I've read a lot of that literature, how are you? I don't feel like I am a micromanager from the standpoint that I don't trust the people around me. Actually, the opposite. I really trust them, and I, could delegate things away. But I just think there are things that happen, and if the past record has been an indicator of what the future will hold. There have been a lot of things that have happened. My son recently, the older boy, had his ACL replaced, so we're in surgery down at the Bryn Mawr Hospital outside of Philadelphia, and they wheel him back to surgery. So, we're a little apprehensive about the procedure and the anesthesia. And I said, all right, let me go get us some food here. It's late morning, 10:30. Phone goes off. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens. We think we have the New York City assassin in Altoona, and I'm standing in a Wawa trying to get a shorty sandwich, and I reply back to him, how sure are we? And he said, it's looking pretty good. And that's the Luigi Mangione on the same day that my son's having major
Did you have to
orthopedic.
leave?
I did not. I had to stay. We were able to work around that, but that's kind of a window, I guess, into life as the commissioner or a member of the front office. Any one of those deputies at a moment's notice. When I was a deputy for that 2-year period, you really have to be ready to go at a moment's notice.
Do your sons have any interest in joining PSP?
I don't think so. I don't know. I've asked that question, especially since my sister's an FBI agent. So I don't know. But I didn't have any indication that I would be one at their stage either. My hope is that they find something. They have to figure it out. I kind of searched. I didn't get into it, but I was a biology major for my first 2 years of undergrad. I thought I might want to be a physician, and then I didn't want to be a physician. And if you're not going to be a doctor, maybe you should be a lawyer. I got to law school and said, I think I want to be a trooper. I figured it out. And my hope for them is that they know right from wrong, and they know how to work hard. That was a parenting paradigm that I had, from my family. When you leave my house, my father would say, you're going to know two things. You're going to know right from wrong, and you're going to know how to work hard. Nobody bats 1,000, but I think that's what I hope my wife and I have done for our two boys.
And I think knowing your roots are in Scranton, I feel as though this area, people know how to hustle. They know how to work. How has the work ethic that you learned from your parents shaped how you lead PSP today?
Sure. So when I came back here in 2013, I had always heard the story. So like a lot of people from northeastern Pennsylvania, my family came over. They were miners. So my great-great-grandfather came over, had a wife and 2 daughters back in Italy, worked as a miner, brought his wife and 2 daughters over, sponsored my great-grandfather, who was from, I guess, the same geographic area in Italy, to come over. And not too long after, my great-great-grandfather brought his family and then sponsored my great-grandfather, Frank Paris. He was crushed in the mines not too far from where we are in Archibald. So in 2013, when I came back here, I did some research with the Lackawanna County Historical Society, and I have carried his death certificate. I have my great-great-grandfather's death certificate in my briefcase, and it says, died from crush injuries due to collapse of mine roof. And this was in 1910. So what is not lost on me is, I'm sure the labor unrest of the great anthracite coal strike, the formation of the state police in 1905, my great-great-grandfather being crushed in a mine in 1910, and here it is 5 generations later, and I'm humbled to serve as the commissioner of the state police. Like, that's an unbelievable thing to me. And there are people that, I've worked different areas of the state, and they say, oh, you're from up north, you're a coal cracker, you're this, you're that. I have always had a very strong feeling that, not that we up here are any better than anybody else, and I like to see people from different parts of the Commonwealth or the country take pride in their roots. But there are many worse places to be from. That's what I tell them. There are many worse places to be from. There are many worse places to raise a family. The work ethic, the family connection, the teachers, the coaches, the priests, the Jesuits that I've had the beneficiary of interacting with here. And I think to myself, when my great-great-grandfather went to work that day in the mine, he didn't know he was going to get crushed to death. He probably didn't know that his great-great-grandson was going to run the Pennsylvania State Police in 2025. But that's what I think this area stands for. If you work hard, you try to take advantage of the opportunities in front of you, that the good things will happen.
Having 2 sons of your own, leading the Pennsylvania State Police, and a big thing is recruitment, getting more people to join PSP. I know that's a big thing for you. What is your message to parents? I know I have a niece, Skylar, who's 18, and her goal is she wants to go into PSP, and initially right away, my sister and brother-in-law were like, well, what if he gets shot?
Right.
Do you really want to do this?
It's a dangerous job.
What do you say to parents?
I had that conversation with my dad when I decided to become a trooper, obviously from his parental perspective, he would have preferred me to stay as a full-time law student and go be a lawyer. Now, the way that I answer that question, both as the commissioner and as a parent, is, there's dignity in all work, right? If you're a ditch digger up to the highest office, if you go to work every day and you do the right thing, there's dignity in that. There's inherent dignity. What I do feel like I am blessed personally from the people that I've stayed in contact with that were in that first year law school cohort that I began my full-time law school 1 year with, that went on to be lawyers. I think some have made a lot more money. Some have, done things that you could say is maybe much more important. But what I really feel blessed with is I feel that law enforcement, and this is the recruiting pitch, is it's an opportunity to make a living while you make a life. Certainly the amount of money that you're going to make in any law enforcement agency, be it, in-state, out-of-state, federal, county, municipal, tribal, is finite. There's a finite amount of money that you're going to make. But I like to think at some point when I, transition and it's time, I've run my race, and it's time to pass the baton, that I could say I was a part of some things and I was able to make a contribution. And to me, that's really valuable. When I talk about these young troopers that I see and I interact with the week before they graduate, that's what I see in their eyes. They want to do good. They want to yes, they'd like to buy a house and have a car and take their family on vacation and educate their kids, and those are all things that everybody wants to do. But when the worst thing is happening, they want to make a contribution. And when the worst things aren't happening, they want to be out there trying to help somebody who's disabled on the side of the road, who needs a car seat installed, who wants to come to a night out and shake people's hands and say, we're from the Pennsylvania State Police, let us tell you about who and what we are as an organization. So I really feel that, I would worry, certainly as a parent, I would say it is a dangerous job, but that is what fuels us to give the best training, the best equipment, hopefully the best leadership that we can provide, and we're doing a dangerous job as safely as we can do it.
And how many years can you stay a Pennsylvania State Trooper?
So we have a mandatory retirement age at 60. So the majority of our people do a career of 25 years. That's with the pension system.
Does that include people in leadership too?
You could stay beyond that. If you're a member of the front office, the colonel and the 3 lieutenant colonels, you can stay beyond age 60.
You talked about, obviously, during your tenure, right, like in working closely with Governor Shapiro, removing the college education requirement. Do you ever think that down the road, maybe allowing state troopers, even if they're not on the road after 60, because they're so wise, they have so much knowledge, right, to still be a part of the state police a little bit longer?
So we've actually been able to bring some annuitants.
Not even as consultants, just as...
Correct. Well, they're called annuitants. We were actually able to do it right now. There are about 80 of them who we've brought back to help us with background investigations. So they obviously can only work. This isn't a PSP regulation. It's a legal situation. When you retire and you begin collecting your pension, there's only a finite number of days that you can work as an annuitant before you affect that pension system. Mm-hmm. So we're limited there. That's by statute. But we've brought them back to help us. To your point, we've tried to give our troop commanders discretion to pick retirees, to recommend them to come back as annuitants to help us with background investigations. Because again, we have the money to hire. We're actively trying. They can't touch the criminal databases and some of the other things that you still need to be enlisted for, but they have all those skills to which you're referring to check on references and to run down some other administrative things that hopefully make that background just as thorough, but more efficient. So we've looked at doing that. Certainly, to our retirees, we have a really robust retiree, network that's out there. I love meeting our retirees. They have dinners, periodically. They're sometimes they're in state, sometimes they're snowbirds, and they spend some time down in, other states down south, and they golf. But we really try to keep that connection up through our monthly communicator. It's our monthly newsletter, which we've made electronic. So that, again, they can check it from anywhere, just from their phone. Mm-hmm. And I love to see our retirees. This May 2nd, we're going to have every year each troop headquarters, the 16 troop headquarters across the Commonwealth, do a ceremony to acknowledge State Police Day. We do a big one at departmental headquarters now because our academy, which is where it's usually held, is under construction. But there'll be retirees there, and I really hope that they feel that pride, and I go out of my way to try and, see them and say, hey, for as long as we're holding the baton, you were part of something. They're 70, 80 years old now. You were part of something bigger than yourself, and we're trying to bear that responsibility now, and we're trying to get the next generation ready to do it.
And is the commissioner always appointed by the governor? Or
yes.
Okay. So when a new governor comes in, they can pick another commissioner?
Correct. I serve at the pleasure of Governor Shapiro, yes.
So lastly, what do you want your legacy to be during
your
time as commissioner?
For as many things as we have going on all the time, if they say that take the rank out of it, just we refer by last names many times. Paris was solid. I would like that to be, Paris was solid. He worked hard. The times where I didn't meet people's expectations, if they could at least acknowledge the fact that I always worked hard and tried to come at it from an angle where I was trying to do the right thing for the agency, I think that's an epitaph anybody would be lucky to have.
Any other final thoughts before we wrap up?
No, it was a pleasure to be here. Again,
how did it go for you? First podcast.
I feel pretty a lot easier than testifying before Congress. So thank you for that.
Good.
Right? Had that was congressmen and women were very gracious. I don't mean to say that, but I mean it's nice to take an opportunity to discuss all of these topics in a more relaxed environment.
And when's this new training center going to be open, by the way?
So the first phase is going to be open in early 2026. There's a stable that's about to open next month. So the way that it's been built in phases, because keep in mind, we're still training at our existing facility. So we knocked down a portion of our existing facility.
And I was there, by the way. Do you know I did a whole making?
I've seen the piece.
Making of a trooper.
Correct. I've seen the piece. Excellent job. We would on the record. You're welcome to come back down and check out. I
would love to.
The new place in the phase of under construction, and again when it's done. So we had to knock down part of the initial facility. We're building phase 1. The stables will be occupied, this spring imminently here because we need to knock down the existing stables to work on phase 2. So we'll move into phase 1, and then we'll knock down the rest of the existing academy. Really a well thought out project, I think, for us to be able to continue to train. And while we're on that topic, I always talk about value for dollar, right? The state police has an incumbent training curriculum for all law enforcement, tuition free. So the courses that we put on, if you're a municipal police officer or federal law enforcement, you can come to the academy. We don't charge tuition to enroll in the class. That could be accident reconstruction, that could be crime scene processing, could be homicide investigation, missing persons, whatever it is. But a lot of times there are about 1,100 municipal agencies in the Commonwealth. The vast majority of those agencies are 15-person or less operations. So to your point about municipal budgets and funding, what's their training budget? Right now, if they see a training course either in Hershey or at one of our 4 regional training academy settings, they can take it for free. They can take the class for free, but there's still the hotel billeting or the meals, and that's still a burden. So the current facility, kind of 2 to a room, gang showers, gang restrooms, etc. This new facility will have 300 individual rooms. And what that will allow us to do is we could have 2 cadet classes, one of 100, one of 50, and then we still have 150 billets for us to get a call from Special Agent in Charge Wayne Jacobs from Philadelphia FBI that says the latest and greatest threat about this cyber attack, we would like the state police to host, and we can have those billeted rooms now. Sure, bring in 150 people. Each one will be assigned a room. We don't have to worry about, we're heating the place, we're cooling the place, we're making food there, so we can seek a nominal reimbursement for the meals. And to me, not only is the physical space going to be world class, but when you talk about other municipal law enforcement executives across the Commonwealth, to be able to leverage that facility for the next 50, 60, 70 years to say, there's going to be a 500-person lecture hall where, again, we can gather on a moment's notice. Hey, We need 500 seat auditorium to discuss this latest threat. Bring as many people as you can in. It's really going to be. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the role that the physical plant is going to play in the future of Pennsylvania law enforcement.
And I meant to ask you sooner when you were talking about the new building, anything with AI? I mean, that's such a huge thing now.
So, we are looking at several different things. AI in terms of our reporting system, our record management system, where we will have the voice to type. So in helping our troopers collate reports, that's an AI functionality that we're looking at. Drones is another area in the future, and the sky is going to be the limit long after I'm retired, and there'll be another generation to whom the baton has been passed. But that drone technology and the AI technology is really going to be exceptional in the future, and I'm looking forward. It's not going to necessarily take the place of good old-fashioned police work, but I think it's going to be a phenomenal tool.
Your kids must think you're so cool.
Right? No, not unlike most kids.
Because I feel like you're very cutting edge with crime fighting and AI and technology.
We do talk a lot, like I said, but I think everybody inherently thinks they're, the Mark Twain quote, at 18, I thought my dad was the stupidest person that I had ever met. At 21, I couldn't believe how much he'd learned in 3 short years. So I think that's the same thing at every address, regardless. But we do talk about things where, again, I want my boys to be thinking about, the future there. What's it going to look like? Engineering, computer engineering, AI. The sky is going to be the limit.
Well, I think overall, just what you're doing is super cool. And whether you're the commissioner of the state police or if you operated a really cool hoagie shop in Scranton, I love connecting with other Pennsylvanians. And I think we have a similar thing. I'm just so proud to be from PA.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you get that, especially now leading, an organization that's been around since 1905. And you hear the story of your
great-great-grandfather, yes, crushing the mines. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, Pennsylvania to me is
I love PA.
Home. It's whether I love the cultural differences. As a young trooper, I was you're from up in the mountains. You're a cold region person. I've worked in the West a little bit, where there's a terrible towel wagged in your face.
My family, Pittsburgh area, I get it.
But I've been at Presque Isle Island. I've been along the northern tier across Pennsylvania's Route 66, across Route 6. The history here, the people here. The cutting edge academic institutions, the critical infrastructure. It's really it's a leader, and I'm proud to be a Pennsylvanian. I'm proud to be in the state police, and I'm proud to be humbled, to have that responsibility of being the commissioner.
All right. So, Colonel Chris Parris, thanks so much for your time. Gosh, I learned a lot. So much about PSP I didn't know. I hope you did as well. And thanks again for being a part of this episode of The Ryan Leckey Show. I'll see you next time.
Here we go, buddy. It's The Ryan Leckey Show.
across a little bit into our southern areas, Scranton, even to the Poconos, some areas like Towanda, we're seeing some heavier snow as well. And that will continue over the next few hours. We have some lake effect banding right off of Lake Erie, and we also are going to be continuing to that. But it's not. Looking at our radar, we have been seeing these snow showers and squalls moving in.
2822 News Night Shift starts right now.
After several snow squalls today, we're settling in for a cold night. Let's get the latest with meteorologist Valerie Smock, who joins us now with what we can expect.
Yeah, cold definitely, and it was a bit rough earlier. You know, when you're dealing with the snow, you got the wind on top of it. Snow squalls shut off just yet, but you'll notice some of that heaviest and steadiest is more so the farther west you go. But as I had mentioned earlier, these were going to become more narrow bands of snow, and that's exactly what we have setting up shop from St. Mary's down toward Lamar, and then pushing upwards of a smaller scale system or lake effect snow shower into the northern tier. But as you can see, we're still seeing these snow showers coming in off the lake. So we'll continue to have these for a little while longer, but they will be tapering off through the overnight hours. In Wilkes-Barre, lots of cloud cover. We've seen some snow from time to time. There was some accumulation on some of the cars and then also into the roads and grassy surfaces. So keep that in mind. 22 now in Wilkes-Barre and Scranton, 17 Montrose. We're at 24 in Williamsport, 21 in Pottsville, now 18 into Mount Pocono. But those gusts remain high. We are into the 20s and even 30s for several locations, but I am tracking when we'll actually get to see some sunshine back in the area coming up in just a few.
Well, that'll be nice. Thanks, Valerie. Residents of a downtown Scranton apartment building are struggling to come to terms with a horrific machete attack. Tuesday night's assault at German apartments ended with 2 women and a service dog dead and another woman critically injured. The victims were identified as 61-year-old Linda Fortuna and 59-year-old Terry Muller, a United States veteran. The DA says the suspect, 38-year-old Michael Woods, lived in the apartments and moved to Scranton from New Jersey in 2020. One woman says she's considering moving out of the building after the incident she walked into.
I ran into a bloody scene. There was blood everywhere and a lady laying on the floor, but I stood there until the police came, and after that it went downhill from there. They found somebody else in their apartment, and the lady that they found in her apartment lives right underneath me.
Woods is being held in prison at the Lackawanna County Prison without bail. His preliminary hearing is set for later this month. More than 24 people are starting over after being chased from a fire at a rooming house. Flames started overnight at the rear of the building on the Old West Side Hotel in Scranton. Firefighters rescued about a half-dozen people from inside. Officials confirmed that 3 residents, a firefighter and police officer, were injured. United Neighborhood Center stepped in to help the displaced residents and supplied them with shelter, hygiene products, and food vouchers until they can get back on their feet.
I think they lost everything, and they did not have enough time to go back into the home to get their belongings. It's a very sad situation. I'm just very happy that my team and I were able to go out and to help them and to provide them with the basic necessities that they needed.
Investigators are still working to determine what started that fire. A man is facing felony charges after investigators say he sparked a fire in a home with 3 kids and his girlfriend inside. South Williamsport police say Paul Best III admitted to lighting the fire in the basement on Riverside Drive Monday and left as smoke alarms sounded. Fire crews found flames still burning but could not locate the source. According to the affidavit, Best later told officers he was using a lighter to set fire to a boot, but he panicked when the flames grew out of control. Nobody was hurt. Best is now charged with multiple counts of arson and endangering property. A Scranton man is facing assault charges after police say he sliced someone with a box cutter. 25-year-old Cartier Sherry was taken into custody yesterday after a man showed up at Geisinger Community Medical Center with multiple cuts Sunday. The victim suffered a deep 4-inch cut across his face and a 10-inch cut across his back. Scranton investigators used surveillance and interviews to determine it was Sherry who attacked the man as he tried to help their friend during an assault. A Jim Thorpe man faces child pornography charges. State police arrested 26-year-old John Cobley IV, who is already a registered sex offender. Troopers launched an investigation this year, and they found hundreds of videos and images on electronic devices that he owned. Cobley is jailed on a $250,000 bail, and he faces a hearing next week. Investigators say a 10-year-long search for a suspected burglar in Schuylkill County is over. State police say 33-year-old Kyle Lomble of Wayne Township faces charges in connection with the theft at Sam's Place Lottery and Tobacco in the Cressona Mall. It happened in January of 2016 during a snowstorm. Troopers say Lomble and others stole cash, cigarettes, and lottery tickets totaling $24,000. His alleged accomplices were previously arrested and convicted. They're cute and cuddly, but not necessarily the best Christmas present. Still ahead, the warning from shelter owners about giving animals as gifts. And competing healthcare plans failed to advance in the Senate. The pressure that's now in place as any decision will affect millions of Americans in just a few weeks. If you're thinking about adopting a pet this holiday season, you may want to reconsider. Earlier today, 2822 News stopped by Blue Chip Farm Animal Refuge to ask the experts to weigh in on the idea of a pet as a gift. They reminded us that pet adoption is a commitment. On average, dogs live between 10 and 13 years, cats live between 13 and 17 years, and rabbits between 8 and 12. That's a decade or more of feeding, cleaning, and caring for your pet.
Pet adoption is something for life. It's not a holiday gift. It's not a short-term project. It's a gift for life. And we try to make sure people aren't giving them as gifts, that they're giving them as true family members.
Adopters also have to go through a lengthy process to adopt, in most cases starting with a detailed application. A taste of old country Christmas is ready to go in Union County. The 2026 Christkindl Market kicked off today in Mifflinburg. The authentic German Christmas market features crafters, live music, and German food. You'll find everything from homemade candles and nutcrackers to glass ornaments. Fresh-baked strudel, cookies, and German beer are also on the menu. The Mifflinburg Christkindl Market continues tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 9 p.m. and Saturday 10 until 8. It is the most wonderful time of the year, and we're making it even better with 12 days of streaming, our sweepstakes. Here's how you can enter. First, download the 2822 Now app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. It's totally free to download, totally free to stream. Launch the app, find the QR code, scan it, and you're in. Just enter your information to win the possibility of some amazing prizes, including $1,500 in groceries from SureSave. No purchases necessary, and remember, you can only enter on the 2822 Now app. And a massive Powerball jackpot is spurring some sales at lottery outlets. Business is brisk today at the Anthracite newsstand in downtown Wilkes-Barre after the jackpot jumped to $1 billion. While no one had all the numbers last night, single tickets sold in New Jersey, Maryland, and Michigan matched 5 numbers for $1 million each. The $1 billion drawing is now the 7th largest jackpot in Powerball history.
Traffic has really been heavy. We have been selling a lot of tickets on the Powerball. People that never even bought a ticket before, played the lottery, they've all been coming in and asking how to play the Powerball.
Nobody has won since September. The next drawing is Saturday night. In our Instapoll question today, we asked, would you tell anyone if you won the Powerball? The majority have said no. Be sure to come back tomorrow for another Instapoll question of the day. And deer season wraps up this weekend. The Pennsylvania Game Commission is reminding hunters to make the most of these final days in the woods. Due to the new Sunday hunting law, the fall hunting season included a total of 13 Sunday hunting opportunities. The Game Commission is happy to report that there was not a single safety incident this season. The season ends on Saturday. As more and more data center projects begin to pop up, local municipalities are trying to understand how to handle the development in their backyards. The Scranton Chamber of Commerce, along with local officials from across Lackawanna County, took a trip to Loudoun County, Virginia, or Data Center Alley is what they call it. And that all happened yesterday, and they did that to see how they can make it all work. 2822's Avery Nape was on that trip. He joins us now live in the studio with what they learned. Avery.
Candace, while Loudoun County's landscape, taxes, and layout are drastically different from that of NEPA, both regions have attracted data center developers, and with Loudoun County's development starting nearly 2 decades ago, it serves as the perfect example of what to do and what not to do for officials grappling with these applications. Hyperscale buildings, some with a footprint larger than a city block. These are data centers, and while not all of them are quite as large as the one seen on your screen, this is what many residents throughout NEPA have been fighting against for months, and what many local officials are currently trying to navigate. Elected officials from across Lackawanna County joined the Scranton Chamber of Commerce on a trip to Loudoun County, Virginia, or Data Center Alley, to learn how to handle what many see as a problem without a solution.
I think all the data center developers have already snatched up or are currently snatching up most of the vacant land in Archbald right now.
Loudoun County is home to around 200 data centers with a combined total of roughly 50 million square feet. Officials there say while the economic opportunity can be promising, protecting residents should remain a priority.
If you're a resident and you move to an area, you move there for a lot of various reasons. And if you get up every day and you're traveling down, a concrete corridor in, Loudoun County, that wasn't what you may necessarily have signed up for.
The owner of DBT Data, the company who hosted the Chamber's trip and is actively involved in projects in Archbald and Jessup, says that NEPA, like Loudoun County, is an ideal space for data centers because of its proximity to the grid. While Archbald has received major backlash from the community in recent months for its handling of data center zoning, he says it's been an uphill battle for developers there.
We have to go through that zoning process to get permission to build a building. And it's the most restrictive zoning I've encountered in my 36-year career as a developer.
But a number of data center projects are already grandfathered into the borough under its 2023 zoning ordinance. And while those projects do sit on commercial or industrial land, they're in close proximity to homes and pose a challenge that officials in Virginia may not have faced.
Loudoun County and Archbald Borough are apples and oranges, and we do have residential zones that abut some of our industrial and commercial zones.
The development of data centers in Loudoun County, according to officials there, saved the county from crisis. In 2008, only 19% of the county's tax base came from commercial business. Now, they say the county is thriving, partially due to Virginia's business property tax. It not only gives the county revenue from the commercial space, but the equipment that sits inside. While it's a stretch to say any community in NEPA would reap the same benefits that Loudoun County did, officials there say the development is an opportunity, but one that cannot be taken lightly.
If you don't do it, you're going to get left behind, I think. If you don't do it in the right places, you'll get a lot of negative feedback. So it's the balancing approach is really, really important.
Now, many of the local officials we spoke with following the trip agree that Loudoun County's data center model is one that would be difficult, if not impossible, to replicate here in NEPA. Live in studio, Avery Nape, 2822 News.
Avery, thank you. Is it piracy or law? Coming up, the U.S. seizes a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, how the Caribbean country is responding, and what President Trump is saying about it. Senators voted and rejected dueling health care proposals from both parties today to address rising costs. That includes a failed vote on extending tax credits linked to the Affordable Care Act. Those tax subsidies are set to expire by the end of the year, which means higher insurance premiums for millions of Americans. The Democrats' proposal would extend the health care subsidies for 3 years, but Republicans were pushing for funds to go into health savings accounts instead. Both sides traded blame, accusing the other of playing politics.
They don't really want to solve the problem. What they want is a political issue that they can run on in the upcoming election.
Coverage got a lot harder to afford, and families are facing a lot of impossible, horrible choices. And Republicans owned every bit of it because of the way they voted today. Shameful.
Lawmakers in the House could take up the health care package next week, but the measure might not include subsidies. The White House is defending the U.S. seizure of a Venezuelan oil tanker that was headed to Cuba. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that the Justice Department approved a warrant to seize the ship, saying it had been sanctioned for years because it's involved in an illicit oil shipping network that supports terrorists. Venezuela's Interior Minister called the move piracy. Some lawmakers see this as a risky move that inches the U.S. closer to war with Venezuela. It comes after the U.S. carried out more than 20 strikes on suspected drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean. We will be right back with a look at your forecast. Kiddos are lucking out this week. Another delay for some of them.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
This weather is just like, oh, okay, you want a delay? Sure.
Yeah.
You want a cancellation? Why not? Here we go.
You get one and you get one.
Everybody gets a delay. Yeah, that's pretty much where we are. But we do have some area roadways that are a little on the slick side. You know, some of them are just wet, but others are snow covered. So it can be a bit on the slick side. This snow continues across the area. We are picking up some places a little bit heavier and steadier than others, but light snow showers now moving in from the southern tier of New York down into the northern tier. Best chance for snow right now is between St. Mary's and Lamar. That's where the heaviest band is setting up shop. In the big picture, you'll see that we have some snow across a good chunk of the Commonwealth, but it is less than what we had earlier this evening, and things will continue to try tapering off here as we go through the course of the night. In Pottsville, those roads still looking a little on the wet side, but in general, not much going on as we speak. It is currently 21 in Pottsville. We're at 22 Tunkhannock, 19 Honesdale, 28 down into Lehighton, and we're coming in at 26 now in Lewisburg. As we plan your day tomorrow, you will notice it is going to be a chillier start with temperatures in the teens. And then by the afternoon, we're getting up to near 30 degrees. So it is still cold, but it's not going to be as windy, which will be helpful. And we get to see some sunshine. So we'll call it a nice mix of sun and clouds for the end of the week. Now on Futurecast, you will see a lot of this snow that is in parts of central Pennsylvania is again going to continue to taper off once we get past midnight. And then as we head into the start of your Friday, you'll get to see some of that sunshine. So even tonight, some of these clouds are going to start backing off. As we get into the weekend, that's when things will start to change again. So on Saturday, we are looking at a potential for some snow. That can occur during the day, but the best chance, the majority of it will be coming in Saturday evening, Saturday night, and early on Sunday. This snow will be with us here, and you'll also notice we do have temperatures that will be tumbling just a bit by the end of the weekend. As we time it all out on Futurecast, this front's coming in, you got those scattered snow showers to start, and then there's a big batch of snow that will start moving in to western Pennsylvania as we head into the 8 o'clock hour. But then look to our south, there is another little batch that starts to form up as the one to our west starts to break up. Most of what we have coming through on Saturday night and Sunday morning are going to be the farther south and east you go. And that's where we could pick up around 1 to 3 inches of snow. Farther north and west you go, more of like a coating to an inch. But we have some colder air that is in place now, and we're not going to replace it with much. In fact, look at that purple that's coming in. That's another batch of cold air that is going to be setting up shop here once we get into Sunday. Here's Future Alert 7-day forecast that snow will be with us Saturday night into Sunday morning. And we are going to be dropping those temperatures. We're back in the mid-20s for your Sunday and Monday, and it is going to be a dry start to next week. We do have temperatures, though, moderating through the week. In fact, we'll be back in the 40s by Wednesday and Thursday, where we do have a chance for some wet weather.
Well, that'll be a nice little break, though, from the bitter cold.
Yes, no single digits here in the near future, which is okay with me.
Me too. Thank you, Valerie. The Steelers reacting today to the news that 44-year-old Philip Rivers is returning to the NFL with the Colts. Here's Nick Zelaya with more in sports. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Candace, the football world shocked Sunday when rumors began circulating on Philip Rivers returning to the league and suiting up for an injury-filled Colts team. Well, now he's practiced 2 days in a row and could start Sunday against the Seahawks. Rivers has yet to touch an NFL field in 5 years and now surpasses Aaron Rodgers as the oldest active player in the league. Rodgers joked about not being the elder any longer, but says he's rooting for the 44-year-old if he gets some playing time with Indy.
I'm not the oldest guy in the league. I love that. It's pretty incredible, though, because he's been out for, I believe, 4 full seasons, plus this part of this season. I was laughing because a couple of my buddies hit me up asking what I would do in that situation, and I said, without missing a beat, I'm retired. I'm staying retired. So big credit to Phil. You know, I've been a fan of his forever. I've known him a little bit over the years. I just love the way that he competes and plays. Again, not the most gifted player, but cerebral as all get out. Hilarious trash talker, and I wish him nothing but the best.
Many reporters around the Colts believe Rivers is slated to start against Seattle. The Seahawks have been one of the best defense all season in the NFL. Struggling Eagles had the league's worst offense in the Las Vegas Raiders. Kenny Pickett will make his first start as a Raider with Geno Smith listed as doubtful. Pickett played one full season in Philadelphia, and Vic Fangio today had this to say about the former Eagle.
Obviously, we have respect for Kenny. Started a couple years in Pittsburgh. Did well when he had to play for us last year. I don't think there's a way advantage, just because he was here that we know him. He's in a different offense, running a different scheme.
I have a little familiarity with what they do. I know they got great coaches, great players. Nothing but respect for all those guys over there. So I know it's a huge challenge for us. Got a long flight out there. Just want to be as prepared as we can be, going in.
The Eagles can snap this 3-game losing streak Sunday at 1 against Vegas, the last time the Birds played against the Raiders back in 2021. Williamsport on its home court tonight, welcoming in Crestwood, some girls basketball. Jalen Helmrich with a strong take to the basket and goes high off the glass for a bucket. But this Crestwood team has high expectations, and they can really do it all. Jackie Gallagher from straight away, and then Gallagher will find herself in the corner. She'll hit another triple. She scores 24 of her 26 points in the first half. Let's get to the second quarter. Jordan Andrews bumping into the defender and still hits the shot. The Comets, they roll in this one. 76-31 over Williamsport. The Lady Comets now up to 5-0 on the season. That's all for sports. We'll be right back.